Yo, mate, Superfest. Let's go. You just be chilling. Oh man, going on? Not a lot. We've been farming 20-minute traps like as much as we can all week, and we haven't made much of a dent in shiny frogs. God, it's such a pain. I'm doing pretty good. I went to bed around 3 o'clock, woke up around 10, so I got about 7 hours of sleep. Slept really well for those 7 hours at least. Um, and then got up, microwaved some food. Haven't eaten it yet. It's just sitting here. And I did a little bit of I claimed a couple people on Eidolon. Had to get my computer up and running because it had a reboot, but nothing serious. But yeah, got everything up and running. Now we're about to jump on game. So far it's been a pretty good day. Dog went out, went to the bathroom. Was a good little doggo. Cat scratched my hand, pissed me off right when I woke up. So bleeding a little bit, but other than that, I'm doing great. Oh man. Oh, so the wife actually looked up the Hello Fresh, not the Hello Fresh, but the Amazon Fresh thing that you said was like closing down. I guess they're not completely closing down the fresh aspect. I guess they are closing down all the physical locations, but they're still gonna do like online orders to house deliveries portion. And I guess because we were talking about it, it's like doesn't make sense that Amazon's closing down all this stuff. But I guess she looked into it, and she found that they're going to be expanding their whole food section, which is why they got rid of the other stuff, right? But they're gonna still keep the the fresh part, but as a non-physical location kind of thing, I guess. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't look into it. She did. She knows more about it than I do, but that was the clip notes that she sent me in a text, which I thought that was a decent idea. Like, cause that was what remember when on stream I was confused about. I was like, wait, bro, why would they close down so many different things all in one little like small little window? I figure you're probably gonna add some. Yeah, that's I figured you were gonna be an ad. Oh. Welcome back. Yeah, I guess I don't remember that part of the conversation, mate. Like I said, I remember the basics of like talking about it and me being curious on why they would be getting rid of like the gaming section, and then they would get rid of Fresh and Go all in the same at the same time. It seemed kind of weird, but I don't remember all that. I do remember you made a comment about how the other place was doing returns, and that with them being gone, you would have to do more returns. I don't remember the rest of the conversation. But yeah, mate, I've been farming 20-minute traps while doing clams. Clams isn't the best thing to be doing, but it's just something I can active without having to pay attention to. But we ended up so far. We're about to get nails done. But we got our reds done. We're currently working on oranges. But we got this to 9. We can now do 10. But we're still forever away. Obviously, we need 1 billion for 13. We need 100 mil for 12. Then we need 25 mils. So we need 1,125 million. So the 25 million, I don't even think if we do another week of shinies, I might be able to get the 25 million, but the 100 million would take me probably another 4 weeks of that. And then the last one would take me like an eternity. I like getting 13. I don't know how viable that is. It would take me over a year. Like maybe closer to 2 years, because we don't get the shiny boost often enough to actually get this one done, I don't think, in a reasonable amount of time. But we're gonna work on it. I guess that's only thing we're gonna work on for like the next 2 years. I'm gonna get it done, man. I'm gonna do it. But yeah, we got this on auto refine, plus we have reds on auto refine just to get the salts done. Once the salts are done, we'll go back to leveling salts instead. I need to claim souls so we can get the blue souls done. Next we'll be working obviously towards this one for auto refining so we can get the salt done. And then once again, claims, or and then still working on this. I'm gonna have to start doing like 2-minute claims or 5-minute claims or whatever. Maybe 20-minute claims. We're gonna have to start doing claims for this. I think I'm gonna just do 1-hour claims. And the reason for that is because they're on higher tier maps, so they're not getting as many kills, but also because in 1 hour I will get a print, and the print will max out my ore, so I don't have to worry about it running dry. So I'll probably do 1-hour claims, and that's what I'm gonna have to start doing to finish this one. And then I'll have to do the same thing when I get to the next bar. Then after that, it's mostly just working on World 7 stuff, and I'm pretty happy about that, because obviously Hampters and Pearls, that's probably, it's gonna happen. I'll just leave someone there. That'll probably be once World 7 is done. I'm gonna leave my my archers there, and just let them farm the rare drops like AFK, because I just don't give a shit about my archers. But then the pickles obviously just don't matter. I don't give a fuck about pickles, bro. Like, I haven't even been buying the pickles. I should be at level 3 by now on this. I just don't give a fuck about pickles. Like, pickles can just suck it. Ooh, can we? Can we? We can! Level 13, let's go! Alright, one less thing. Now we're basically right here and on. So I'm pretty happy about that. We got pretty far about into all that stuff. Need to do an actual I had my my game closed today. It's the first time I closed my game in probably a few months. So yeah, like the combat ones suck for World 7. Like obviously you want a combat print on V-Man, but bro, getting your V-Man into World 7 to do the prints, fucking dick punch, bro. Yeah. I think blue. So I think most of Souls will be easy. Let's look. So we look. Um. So I'm assuming this is per charge. So blue souls, I'm getting about 5k per charge. I could try and push my waves a little bit further, but I don't really care enough. Um, obviously, if we push our efficiency, if I actually took it seriously and pushed the efficiency, I can get even more souls. But I normally don't care enough. But like 5k souls, 5k souls, 4k souls, and then I haven't really done these two all that much. So these two would be a little dick punch, but these three are pretty easy because I know I need this one as well. I know I need the red one as well. I don't know if I need Breezy. Is Breezy the one? Yeah, that's the blue. Okay, yeah. So I do need both of these actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I do need all of these. So like I said, this one will be easy. This one will be easy. This one will probably be easy. And then these two will kind of suck because I haven't pushed their waves. So I need to push the waves, I guess. And that shouldn't be too terrible since I have been... Well, I haven't been for a little while, but I did push a lot of the powers. So, like, Eldridge is now like 86, right? Krakens are like 87. Party starters are 92. You know, these are 52. So I feel like leveling this guy would be pretty good. Leveling this guy would be pretty good because they have like very little time. I can like boost these up quite a few levels. Like this guy even being 10 minutes isn't bad either. Like 11 minutes, 11 minutes. Like I haven't touched these because I ran out of salts and stuff to level them. And since I was auto refining reds, to get as many reds as possible, I was just saying fuck it, and I was leveling up my red guys as much as possible. But now that I'm auto refining for oranges, to get my vial done, I can now probably put on this guy to start leveling him up again. Because I don't need the orange salts for this. I'm not going to be leveling up my shrines anytime soon. Because I just don't care about shrines enough. Because I've been leveling up these two guys, but 4 days, like that's ridiculous. 6 days, kind of ridiculous. So anyway, yeah, like that's kind of what I'm working towards. I'm still gonna be leveling up shrines because they give extra stuff because of the upgrade that I have for both of those. Oh, he's probably just taking a break, man. He's probably got real life stuff. Either that or he got in trouble for smoking finally. I think it's legal where he is, but still. So I'm not crazy in thinking this though, but why the hell is there like a symbol next to my name? I'm pretty sure it was never like that before. Did they do some random little ninja update? I'm pretty sure that's the guild, but I've never had that before. Like on any of my other characters, I've never had a symbol next to my name that I can remember. Oh, has anybody else seen any more information on the face punch guy? I know the last message basically said there wouldn't be any more updates until things were finalized, but that was like a week ago. I'm kind of curious if they hash some stuff out, you know, and got some stuff sorted. So let's get our 10 crafts. Oh, we got 12. Hell yeah. This is where I need my outfit. If I had the smelting outfit, this would really help us. I don't think I have any. I'm pretty sure the full smelting outfit is from Helio area. Yeah, pretty sure it's from Helio. I don't have, which sucks. That gives like 10% chance to yield more. So basically I can try and get an extra proc every day. Oh, I got an extra proc. That's huge. Let's go. Alright, so now tomorrow we only need to make 8 Asmodium. So this is the nice thing about procking extras. Having extra Asmodium is nice because you can just sell it to other players. But at the same time, it doesn't matter for us since we're Ironman. It just means we have to craft less the next day. So we need to stockpile some charcoal. We need to do some more chest runs. We have a decent amount of cinnabar. But we need to make more Ori bars, which we have Ori. We need star metal, so we need to do an iron run, make some more Ori bars, and we need to do some myth runs, make some more myth bars. So let's do a quick iron run. Okay, we're set up for it. And come on. Alright, let's put on a quick sword. Where's the sword? Where's the sword? Sword. Oh, so yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do the iron run. We gotta then do a smelting run for charcoal because making the quarry bars and stuff is going to be a little expensive, obviously, when it comes to charcoal. So we'll get a bunch of charcoal made. We're gonna need it for the Asmodium bars and stuff as well. So let's do a quick song. Heals. Yep, healed. Okay. Quick little play. We can get as much star metal and iron as we can. And like I said, then we'll do the charcoal. And then once the charcoal is done, we'll go and farm up a bunch of mithril. Not a bunch, but some. I'd actually do the mithril first, then the iron run. And then go back for mithril, because we're going to need a bunch. And it's going to take like 20 minutes for it to respawn. So I think we're going to do that really quick. Is there a close fast travel spot I can just go to so I can run back to town? Yeah, about the same distance. Alright. So we'll actually just run back to town super quick. Yeah, I think doing the myth first would be better because, like I said, it has a 20-minute spawn timer for the bigger ones, and this iron run will take about 20 minutes anyway. And there's not a lot of myth where I usually do it at. I mean, I can go to other places that have more mithril, but I'm gonna have to fight some mobs for it, or it might be somebody else taking it. Technically, where I go, people take it as well, but usually pretty empty. So we'll just do my quick little route, or my quick little spot. And then we'll come right back, do the iron route, do the wood, the charcoal. Ooh, they're doing a helio farm. That's actually tempting. I might jump in on that, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna jump in on that. If I can get some smelting pieces, that's actually huge. That'll help a lot with. Ooh, double proc. That'll help a lot with prismatic bars. But also help with having to farm less too, because if I can put that on, I can proc a lot more overall bars in general for our daily crafts and stuff, so I don't have to farm as much materials. So there's the myth. Still not a lot, but it's something. Helio, we'll change our spec. Going to combat. We'll do some combat farm for a little while with these people, trying to see if we can get some melting pieces. Yeah, because we don't get Helio farms all that much. Kind of nice if we can jump in on one whenever it's available. Same thing with human farm. Oh man, I gotta try and make a build so I can solo human, because that thing is gonna take me forever for that trophy. All right, let us do a quick little boom. There we go. All right, should be good to go. I have to check to make sure my talent points changed, but do that in a minute. We try to block jump up the side of the wall. I wonder if I can actually get up over here. I haven't tried this one in a long time. Ah. So they're doing a Helio farm, but I wonder if they're just doing loops. How did that not hit? Oh, shit. The hitbox of this mob is so wonky. Get the ring drop. Is not really what I cared about, but it's fine. I'm also pick it up over here. I hope they're not just here for the chest. I hope they're actually here for the bosses. That's what I truly care about. Ooh, they're gonna do Capri next? Okay, sweet. You're gonna die standing on that shit. My guy's getting his ass kicked up there. Big guy is what we want. Big guy kick ass. Big guy kick ass. Hit R. Why didn't it shoot? Alright. Good. Oh. Bro. Just blew my armor pieces. So the hatchet, I haven't really tinkered with it all that much. But yes, the hatchet is, it can work, but you have to have, like obviously there's a guy that made a build for it, and the build is absolutely wild. It's a specific type of playstyle, and I think it only really works if you have a team that will allow you to use it the way it needs to be used. So if you want to use it, right, you gotta make sure you're in a team that's gonna allow you to play from range, allow for you to like stay like mid to long range, right, so you can actually keep throwing without being in danger. Because that's the problem with the build, is you have no way to block, you have no way to survive. And you got to make sure you're landing consistent, consecutive throws regularly without missing. And that's the hard part. So if you have a team that's like doing knockdowns or knockbacks or making the mob move a lot and you're missing a lot of throws, the build kind of just feels bad. Because if you're not getting consistent and regular explosions, you miss out a lot on DPS. Not only are you missing DPS just because you miss a throw, which is huge DPS loss, FYI. And any ranged attack, if you miss a throw, it's like a massive DPS loss. So not only do you have that massive DPS loss for missing a throw, but you also are lowering your DPS because you're missing out on the explosion. And it's actually a wild DPS difference. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, that's what I don't like personally about ranged builds in general, is they can be the highest DPS in the game because I feel like they are scaled to a point to take into consideration that you when you miss, you lose DPS, but when you do miss a shot, like you said, you're almost better off just running a melee build because you miss less, which means you have overall more damage DPS output because you're missing less. But the problem with that is you might be missing less, but you have to dodge more, right? That's the thing. You got to take both into consideration when you're thinking about like DPS. Like, build matters a lot. Like your build plus your team's comp and your team's build, because and what you're fighting against. Because yes, DPS from range matters if you miss. It matters if you can consecutively hit. If your targets are getting knocked down or pushed back or being kited. So if you're like missing ranged attacks, it really dramatically changes your shit. If you're not being able to consecutively hit, you're missing out a lot on DPS. If you're taking damage and you have to run or hide or heal or whatever, it takes away from your DPS. But melee has the same problem when it comes to taking damage and hiding and healing, because if you're in melee range, you're typically getting hit more often. You're typically getting your ass kicked quite a bit, which means you have to either, one, stay somewhat safe, and somebody triggered that shit. I want out. I want out. Let me out. Let me out. No, let me out. Fucking asshole. You ran into the middle and triggered it. Oh, they got it. I got it. Perfect. Lift him out. So like I said, like DPS for melee doesn't innately just mean you're gonna do more damage, because you can more consecutively hit and miss less, because there are a lot of times where you have to dodge roll to avoid getting hit, or you have to back off so you don't get hit and you know you don't die. You also have situations where you have to run away to chase, or you have to, you know, like there's a bunch of other miscellaneous things that happen with the melee that prevents you from actually being able to just do damage, right? So there are those situations as well. So the DPS for melee isn't guaranteed to be higher. It just depends on the fight. It depends on your team comp. So I guess, you know, they both have their pros and cons. I don't remember that hatchet off the top of my head. Oh, what the shitballs? Okay. I'd have to look that one up. I don't remember exactly, but I would definitely say personally, I think melee hatchet is just better because you have the ability to reduce the cooldown so much of your skills that keeping, obviously you can keep berserk up just fine with a throw hatchet as well, but if you can reset your cooldowns fast enough, having berserk up regularly helps with survivability, but it also helps with DPS output and stuff like that. You have the auto lock from being melee. The light attacks make you kind of mobile because there's not a lot of animation locks like there is with the throw hatchet. You still have the block capabilities, so in worst case scenario, you can just right click and get a little block in there. I do like the idea of having one of your abilities as a throw option, so you do have the capability to throw at range if he does run from you, so you're not limiting your DPS because the target ran from you. Because that's one of the downsides to being melee, is when something runs, like repositions or chases or does some sort of dash across the screen, you lose out on DPS because you have to now chase the target. So having the throw option is kind of nice. Obviously, like losing the block for it isn't too bad if you have a decent team. But if you get the reset for a fail charge or a feral attack or whatever the hell it's called, I think it's one of my favorite abilities for doing damage. The relentless torrent, since it hits up to 5 times with the final attack, you have the refreshing torrent or whatever with max stacks of refresh plus that, you can basically infinitely refreshing torrent, right? You can go right from one torrent to like another ability into another torrent into like, you know, if you have a third ability, like, you know, reapplying, say, your berserk into another torrent, into like maybe a triple light attack into a torrent. Like, you can basically infinitely torrent, and the torrent is just a huge DPS. It's so much damage in such a short window because it attacks much faster and much harder than your light attacks, or, you know, I mean, because you don't really want a heavy attack either. I think that's probably one of my favorite ways to play it. It's one of those abilities though that you can't just spam. You can, but some targets you don't want to use it on because they either move or reposition often, or they're about to die and you don't want to just use it. Yeah. So, okay. So yeah, I feel like that. So I think the difference in the two, Xander, would be one is meant for AoE and one is meant for single target, right? So the hatchet that I'm speaking of right now, you know, the artifact one, it's probably not in theory better for single target, but if you're AoE clearing trash while running through, it's much better. But with the added caveat that obviously you have to hit the same target, what is it, 3 times to proc it? And if you have a lot of trash, it's hard to hit the same target sometimes 3 times. So once again, it's one of those situational, it can be much better. But if you're not hitting the shots properly, if you're not hitting the stacks properly, then you're better off just using a different hatchet. So I feel like reliability speaking, like if we're speaking like reliability and how often you can actually like take advantage of it and it procs properly and you attack properly, I would say you'd probably get more bang for your buck with a different hatchet. But if you can min-max it properly and you can actually take advantage and hit the right target X amount of times and get the procs, you can get a massive, massive, massive DPS increase for AoE farming like mobs. But you have to focus a target that's really easy for you to hit it without like missing shots, right? That's, I think, the big crux to the weapon is it's meant for AoE clear, not so much single target, right? I think that's the big difference in the two hatchets. If I had to put them, oh, we got the smelters. I gotta make sure to lock that. Can't believe we actually got it. Can't believe we actually got the smelters piece. So we need the other 4. Pretty sure all 4 of them drop out of here. One from Kepri, and then I think the other 4 are in here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like it has potential, but the fact that you have to hit the same target X amount of times to proc the AoE is what makes it bad, right? I grabbed it just to try it, and it was a really free, easy, cheap 700 gear score item that I could easily farm just to put it on, so I could farm for other hatchets, right? That was kind of like the goal of why I even put it on. I just want to try. Like, I don't have gear. I don't really farm combat gear all that much, if ever. I mostly just sit down and work on my professions. And the only reason I'm here doing combat anyway is because they posted for Helio, and I need Helio for smelting outfit. So I was like, you know what? This is actually really good for me. I'll work on the smelting outfit. I'm down for that. So I came here to work on my smelting outfit. See if I can get any golden scarabs and some other miscellaneous things. But yeah, I like I said, I think it's a situational item, and I think the situation is so minuscule, it's not really worth the potential DPS increase for AoE. So yeah, I definitely agree. A different hatchet is definitely the way to go. It's better to focus on probably cooldown reduction and use your abilities to do your AoE, aka possibly doing just like poison throw, caustic throw, or whatever. That way, like, you get some AoE without losing out on potential like single target or having to be specific in your attacks, right? It's like, okay, I can't throw at this guy because this guy doesn't have stacks. I gotta throw it at this guy so I can get my stacks. Like, you know, it's like you just fucking yeet that shit. You yeet it, call it a day. But I also think it's better just to be melee. Honestly, I truly just believe going melee is much stronger than being a throw build. Throw builds are great. They give you more survivability because you're not up in the thick of things. So it does give you indirect more survivability, but the nature. I think you're in an ad, so I can just shut up. But I think the nature of ranged abilities also is kind of just situationally bad, because you miss out on so much DPS for being ranged. Whenever you miss a shot, you miss a throw because something jumped or someone knocked something down. Oh, you have turbo? Okay, sweet. Yeah, but like these cats, when they jump, it's like, okay, I'm about to shoot. Oh, he jumped. Oh, I missed my shot. Okay, well, there goes like 50% of my DPS, right? Like, oh, someone just did a hammer slam and knocked it to the ground. Now I missed my shot. Because you're trying to go for headshots as a ranged player, right? And when someone knocks it down and you miss the headshot, you miss the entire attack. It completely cucks your DPS, right? So cucking people's DPS because, you know, other people's abilities is really dog shit. And then, you know, just organically whiffing because, you know, you suck at shooting sometimes, or you shoot through a target, which I do all the fucking time. Like I said, I think throwing hatchet can be really cool, really fun, and have potential for utility. I just think it's best used in its base form. So you just pick up just this. You pick up this 1 point just so you can throw, removing the block. But it's better just to go full melee, I think, or at least these two, with, like I said, consistently spamming Raging Torrent, and then possibly if you want some AoE, pick up Infecting Throw, or if you want better single target, Rending Throw, just to toss in while you're melee. I think it's better. Because it doesn't, because like I said, if you're doing Raging Torrent spams, you do a Raging Torrent spam into a Rending Throw, into a Raging Torrent spam, into, you know, like a triple light attack. Social Throw? I'm not a huge fan of Social Throw. I didn't really care for Social Throw's movement mechanic. Like, you either have to be holding a direction or it, like, jumps you backwards or anything like that. I prefer... What the hell? I prefer Rending Throw, personally. But at the same time, like I said, Rending Throw is one of the situationals. If you have the Rending perk... Oh! I dodge rolled and he turned around. I thought he was gonna punch earlier. I thought it was the fast punch, not the charge me and then decide to punch after the fact. Sorry, I misread that situation. But yeah, like I said, if you have the weapon perk that you have stacking rends or whatever, so every 0.5 seconds you put a stack of rend on it, you don't need Rending Throw at that point. If you don't have that, if you're not running that, then I think Rending Throw is probably better to have the extra DPS input. The only reason why I would recommend, like, me personally, I prefer Rending Throw over Infecting Throw, is because Rending Throw doesn't cause a screen effect to kind of obscure the vision a little bit. But if you want a little bit more AoE, I think the Infecting Throw is a little bit better, purely because it'll allow you in group play, like in like mobbing and dungeons and stuff like that, to do a little extra AoE damage to everything around you. So while you're like hacking, slashing, like whack whack whack, you know, if you're like Rending, you know, you Infecting Throw, you can get a little extra DPS output to everything around you. But this is like the reason I like the...
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
The Rending, because it's like, it's so fast and it's so fluid, it doesn't really tinker with your timing all that much. And it just applies a quick rend, which is just a little extra DPS output, which is really good. But like I said, if you already have the buff on the weapon, it's not really necessary. Yeah. I was gonna say social distancing, or whatever the hell the ability is called. It's a utility slash situational skill that I feel like you can use. Like, once again, it's personal preference, it's experience, you know, and it also, I would say, it depends on what you're doing, right? If you're in a situation where you're in a fight where there's a lot of like moving parts and you need to be more mobile, social distancing would be better. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it. Having the extra mobility, like you said, is like actually really worth it in certain fights that are very movement oriented. So that way you're not getting stuck. You're not getting not stuck, but you're attacking, you're like, oh shit, I'm low on like stam, right? Because you don't have a lot of stam regen, or you just double rolled or something. Giving you that extra movement ability is actually really huge. Like, people underestimate movement abilities a lot. Abilities that can make you move, that can reposition you, is actually huge in a lot of like dungeons, raids, stuff like that. Because if you're mispositioned and you like time it incorrectly, if you can't get out in time and you die, sometimes that can just be a straight up wipe. So like I said, that third skill is personal preference. If you're really good about like not screwing up and you're not putting yourself in bad situations, or you're really good at like the mechanics and you don't need the extra mobility, I could say, going for something a little more damage oriented can be better. But for safety purposes, I would definitely agree that social distancing is probably should be the norm, just for like I said, just for safety standards, just for like meta standards for like a cookie cutter build. It's better, generalistically speaking, percentagely speaking. I would say it's better for majority of situations than if you were to just go with like rending throw or infecting throw. At least for higher end content, right? Like I said, it's about consistency. It's about making sure you're safe, making sure you're not wiping the group on mistakes, you know, things like that. Even if it doesn't, even if it lowers your DPS by like a fraction of a percentage or whatever, because you're doing a smidgen less damage because you don't have a third damaging skill. I mean, it does damage, don't get me wrong, but like, let's say rending throw is a slightly higher DPS output than social distancing, or infecting throw is slightly better for wave clearing, you know, and once again, marginally different. So I would definitely, I think, you know, I would agree with you that social distancing should probably be the norm, just because it has more utility, it has more survivability, it has more usefulness and potential of, you know, saving you, or just having the utility of the movement is highly underrated in most games, having utility of movement. So I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, I got fisted hella hard, Dig. Welcome, man. Also, sorry I didn't say something sooner. And yeah, like, and also like I'm speaking in terms of PvE content as well. Standard, I don't PvP at all. Like I gave up on PvP back in old school RuneScape, and I don't mean like 2007 Scape. I mean like 2000 Scape. You know, original RuneScape. I gave up on fucking PvP back then. PvP can suck it, dude. I hate PvP in like every form possible. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. PvE versus PvP, two completely different, you know, apple pies. You know what I mean? You got one made with Granny Smith, and you got one made with like Gala apples. Like, they're completely different pies. Because, like you said, like having that root is like required for PvP. Because one of the problems I have with PvP in this game is the ability for someone to dodge iframe, like a stun or a hit, or slow or something, and then they're just off to the races running from you. And if you don't have some distance way to like stop them, prevent them from moving, slow or root, for example, best thing I could think of, then, you know, you can't really catch them. The potential of killing them is very low if they're really good at iframing. But if they're running from you, the odds of them actually seeing the throw coming, right, and timing the dodge properly for the throw is a lot slimmer than if you're point blank on them. So I would definitely agree social distancing in a PvP standpoint is like required. It is like mandatory to have, unless you have some sort of slow built into one of your other throws, right? Like, let's say you had, you know, for example, let's say rending throw had some sort of way to apply a slow, which I don't know if it does or doesn't. I haven't looked into that, but then it has potential, but a slow isn't as good as a root, right? A root is insane. So I would definitely say in PvP standpoint, it's 1000% required. And then once you get up close, that's where you know, take advantage of, you know, torrent and possibly Feral Rush, because Feral Rush has a built-in root as well. I don't know if it has diminishing returns or not, going from one root to another. But if you went from social distancing root into a feral lunge or feral jump that has a secondary second root as well, then possibly you could double root them back to back. And but they might iframe the second root, which is fine. Into a torrent if you do get the second root. Like, it's pretty easy. But yeah, it's all about CCing in PvP. It's a lot different. Interesting. Yeah, there's a handful of things like that you could do. Like, you also have Berserk, right? Berserk gives movement speed. Like you said, the while looking at somebody, you get some movement speed. I haven't actually messed with that one before. That's actually kind of wild. So getting that movement speed while you're chasing somebody is pretty insane. But yeah, I definitely would say CC and haste is probably the two go-to goated stats when it comes to PvP. Like in any game you play, right? Because you need a way to either run away and like save yourself, which obviously comes with CC reduction or prevention and movement speed, right? Haste, aka. Um, and then if you're actually chasing someone down, kind of the same thing. The ability to apply CCs and chase, right? So movement speed once again. The movement speed is like god tier for PvP. Obviously, you still have like other forms of stats that are like S tier needed, like required to actually play as well. You actually need some damage. You actually need some damage reduction. So if you do get caught, you don't just get insta one tap, things like that. But I would say top tier S tier stats are still like CCs and mobility, so you can actually chase and kill. Yeah. So that's if you're playing axe sword and board, right? So you have like more CC from the sword and board. You have more slows and stuff from sword and board. You have a little bit of survivability with sword and board. But yeah, like sword and board is like a really good other weapon, I think. It has pretty good consistent damage as well. Between its light attacks and applying like slows and stuff. But yeah, leaping strike, one of my favorite skills in the entire game, PvE related. It has a slow built into it, it has a lunge built into it, it does a lot of damage. What I really like about lunging strike is it's an animation cancel. It's absolutely amazing. You go right from like a triple attack right into a lunge, or like a heavy attack into a lunge, and it'll cancel the animation of whatever auto attack you're doing. So you can go heavy attack lunge right into like a light attack or something. It's actually really fast. But yeah, being able to chase down, like jump some distance. If you do land it, you get a little bit of the slow. Pretty nice. Like you said, you do have like bash and or charge, which is like another stagger stun. That's pretty helpful as well. Obviously you have the block built into it as well, which can be useful. I don't know. Like I said, there's the thing is like there's a lot of good things and like a lot of the different weapons. It's just comboing them properly, and it's literally rock paper scissors whenever you're in PvP, right? One weapon has an advantage over another weapon. One combo has a different advantage over another weapon. But then when it boils down to it, it's like you might be a counter to somebody, but skill and experience play a big role, and knowing how to play against your counter also plays a big role. So if somebody practices fighting against their counter regularly, you might not find it to be as easy as somebody else that maybe doesn't put as much effort into learning it. Oh man, I really hope that the post on Twitter from the Face Punch CEO is actually in correlation to New World, because there was no confirmation on that, but who knows. Can you link it to me, Dig? Like you can put it in the Discord if you want. Well, that reminds me, I have to send a quick message. Really quick to Edge. So give me just a second. I forgot to send him a build from yesterday that we were talking about. And my cats are fighting. Give me a second. Can't sleep. Alright, I'm back, sorry. I don't know if I don't know if I like that one. I feel like most is gonna have the Sylvan Shield. I'm just gonna copy one of these and just send it to him, and we can talk about it later. Oh, I got it and I never really touched it. It was like a recent pickup, and like I said, I don't really pay attention to my combat gear. Xander, combat is literally like something I just don't even think about. I spend 99% of my day just doing professions. Oh, remember yesterday you asked me to link you the build we were talking about? The chains of command. I forgot to send it to you. So I just went and pulled one up really quick. Yeah, we were just talking about something and I was like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. My stomach hurts, so I'm gonna have to take another couple minute break, guys. I'm gonna go stand somewhere and hide. Because I don't really care about these mobs. I care about that mob. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, guys. I'll be right back. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Oh, Edge. Also, obviously that build isn't really like the viable one for you, and the reason I say that is because it's a Sylvan's build. It builds mostly off of survivability than it does anything. Still does a shit ton of damage, but it's a more survivability based build than it is a DPS build. So I would say use it as like a food for thought more than anything. And then you know, we can always like tinker with it later. I can show you some other ones. I can show you the one I use and stuff. Also, Xander, to reiterate what I was saying to you before, since I am playing Ironman, everything my character has obtained, everything he has equipped, is all based off of what I have done. And when it comes to gems, I could cut me basic purples because I have leveled up my gem crafting to I think 150. So I can cut purples. And you're not wrong. I would, if I did that, I'd do more damage. But like I said, I don't typically combat that much. This is probably the most I've combated in a hot minute. It's because I spend almost all my time all day long farming. I was just saying, I play Ironman, right? So I have to farm everything myself. And so I'm leveling up my professions. I'm doing all my trade skills and stuff like that. So it's like I could cut basic gems because I got my jewel crafting up to over 150. So I could cut purples for my gear, which in your, you know, words or whatever, that would be worth it. I'd be ideal. I'd do more damage, but I don't really care about combat damage because I don't run dungeons. I haven't gotten into dungeons. I don't really run muteds. I don't really farm combat all that much because I'm sitting down and I'm leveling my profession. So right now my goal was getting engineering to 250 so I can make best tools. Yeah, it was because you were asking about the gem and my bow, and I was explaining the reason why I haven't is because I just got the bow, and since I don't combat all that much, I run around and I gather like resources to max out. I'm trying to max out my refining skills so I can do my daily prismatic crafts. So I spend 90% of my day doing professions and chest runs. So I literally do large chest runs and reek water every hour to gather refining agents and stuff. So I can continue refining nonstop. And so I can work on my materials and my levels for my refining skills to make my daily prismatic crafts. Because like, as you can tell, I only have one skill that's actually level 250 to do my prismatic scale craft. And then I'm making sure I'm doing that prismatic craft every day. But I just happened to notice these guys were doing a helio run. So I was like, oh, they're doing a helio run. I'll join in to try and get some smelting outfits. And I've gotten one so far. I got this piece, which is actually really good for us. That's an extra 2% yield on smelting, which would allow us to farm less mining for our daily crafts and stuff, which is kind of nice. I like not having to farm as much. Oh my god. Stop zigzagging, you piece of shit, dude. Hey, I'm gonna go to the left. Oh, then I'm gonna go to the right. Then I'm gonna go back to the left. And it's like, bro, people are trying to run here and you're like cucking everybody. Anyway. But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to give you an answer of why I don't have a gym in my thing. One reason, being Iron Man, I don't want to just sit here and cut gems all the time. Because it requires me to farm refining agents, it requires me to farm the gems, and then it requires me to like replace them with every time I get a new replacement weapon or a piece of gear. And if you looked at my gear, you'd understand, oh, your gear really fucking sucks. Like if I replaced it every time I got a new piece of gear, I would have no gems. But once I do get a good weapon or something and I can level up my jewel crafting a little bit more, I'll put rune glass in and I'll just never look back. It's not a priority for me in any way. That's literally what it boils down to. Combat isn't a priority to me since I'm not really worried about it right now. Combat won't be a priority till like one of the last things I actually do for completion on my Iron Man. The only thing that combat related is going to come into a factor is farming up my my trophies. and there's only one trophy that I really need to farm. I need to work on my combat skills, and that's the human farm trophy. Because if I can't find a group to farm it for like 10 hours straight, or in general, like finding groups to farm from the human trophy, it can be a pain in the ass. I have to come up with a build that I can solo it with, which would require me to put a pretty decent effort into my my combat gear. I did for a while, but let's just, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of pieces of gear, knowing that there's like almost an infinite possibility of combinations between the pieces of gear is so overwhelming and daunting. Staring at every piece of gear that I'm picking up, it just hurts my fucking brain to try and think about, right? I look at a piece of gear and I'm like, yeah, well, a couple of those, you know, it's got this, this, and this. Well, if I combo that with something else, this would work. So I'd end up holding on to like 1,000 pieces of gear to try and find a combination of items that would be best in slot for me, right? It's just a lot of effort to try and find best in slot stuff. And even then, like, I could find better gear than I have without it being best in slot. It'd be like a good starting base. Like, because like I said, right now my gear is pretty mediocre, right? It's sacrificial in power and mortal aggression on most of my pieces. My open sockets aren't really great, but they can be, right? So as long as it has a gem slot, obviously, right? Enhanced ward. So I want everything to have enhanced ward, which means I need to have either defensive slot or it needs to roll it. And I would like to get immortal aggression and sacrificial in power on most of my pieces, just so I have pretty consistent lifesteal no matter what weapon I'm running. I have pretty consistent damage increasement, and I have pretty good damage reduction when it comes to pretty much most light and heavy attacks if I was to do combat. Now, I don't even think that's best in slot, but I think it's tolerable. But I don't know what to do with my other slots. And like I said, it's one of those things that I haven't tinkered with a whole lot, and it's just overwhelming for my brain. I have a small, smooth brain when it comes to like looking at this stuff, and I just, once again, do I care enough? Do I not care enough? I guess we get rid of this one and lock this one. And then like I said, when I'm like, oh my god, I got so many pieces of gear, it's like, oh, is this any good? Skilled enhanced. And then like I usually, if I see conditioning, I usually just get rid of it. Right? If I see anything with shrieking on it, I pretty much get rid of it. Because I don't like having to rely upon shrieking for anything. And shrieking is so RNG. It's not RNG, but it's timing specific. You have to act. You can't just dodge roll and it work. You have to actually iframe the hit, or at least that's how it used to be. If you didn't actually dodge roll through a hit, it didn't actually proc it. So it was like worthless unless you like were really good at like iframing hits. What are they doing up there? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the best when it comes to building for combat because I'm mostly a profession guy. I run around, I gather ores, I gather trees, I gather herbs, I gather all the materials, I level up my professions, and that's 90% of my day. On most playthroughs, on almost every Ironman I've played, that's mostly what I focus on. And it's just because it's what I like to do. I love doing professions. I love leveling up my professions. I love just growing my character in that way. Because I just don't care about combat all that much. Like, the way I look at combat is like, it's kind of finite. It's like, oh, I'm gonna run this muted run until you know, this muted dungeon until I get the item I want. Okay, well, once I have the items I want from it, what's the point of continuously running it? Right? What's the point if you have best in slot gear? What's the point of consistently running a muted dungeon? Or if you have best in slot gear, what's the point of running catacombs or raids or any of that stuff? If you've already run it and you've already obtained the item you need from it or want from it, like, what's the point of running it even more? You have what you need from it. There's no consistent reason to run it. And that's my problem when it comes to PvE in most games. Unless they have some sort of farmable item you need for something to come from doing it, what's the point? Alright, I got his attention. You guys res. I knew that was gonna happen. I didn't have my energy back yet. I rolled one too many times. I knew that was gonna happen. He's a little too close, but at least he didn't die. We have too many ads. Really ads. I said, I'm not the best person to ask when it comes to combat. Now, if you want to talk professions, I might not be the god guru kind of guy, but that I'm more confident with talking about professions than anything else. I said, I do have my thoughts when it comes to some things. Like I said, when it comes to like the hatchet, I have my own personal beliefs when it comes to that. I have my own ideas from like small, minuscule amount of experience when it comes to using it and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's like I'm more of a profession skilling kind of person in every game I play. Like Black Desert Online, even in World of Warcraft, like I spend most of my time just running around gathering resources and leveling up professions. So but yeah, I went to cave for I don't know 10-15 hours. I've done it. And I've gathered thousands of pieces of gear, and I've never actually come out of there with anything of value. Because almost every piece of gear I've ever obtained out of there is just like, it doesn't have like a good standard perk, like an unchangeable perk, right? And that's what's so annoying. It either has like conditioning as its 5th perk, or it has a shrieking for its 5th perk, or it's something that's like increases healing output, which is fine if I'm gonna play a healer, but I'm not playing a healer, so it's like I don't really need it. So it's one of those things that I haven't found one that has a good unchangeable perk. So it's been kind of annoying trying to find an actual set to go with, or putting together a combat gear set be worth actually gymming. Or if it does have a good 5th perk, it doesn't have a jewel socket, right? There's always something it's missing to even be considered like worth keeping. That's what's been kind of cucking me when it comes to the gear. Is you can spend like 1,000 hours in the cave and still not get something good. With how random and how various the RNG can be when it comes to the gear setups, it's kind of mind-blowing. Because now with the addition of like, yeah, they have X amount of perks I could roll, and yeah, the addition of being able to have changeable perks on the craftables section it gives you some leeway, but with the addition of those perk slots, it also adds a level of RNG to the gear drop that wasn't there before, because now it's okay, well, what gear slot did it drop? You know, what changeable perk slot did it drop? An offense? Did it drop a defense? Did it drop a skill slot? And now you're like, okay, well, I want X amount of offensive slots, I want X amount of defensive slots, I want this, I want that. Which ones can be crafted, which ones can't be crafted? So if this one can't be crafted, then how many of those do I need to get on my pieces of gear that are unchangeable? And then if it doesn't roll that, then you're like, okay, well, I know that piece isn't good because it didn't come with that stat. It's like it adds another level of just thought to finding gear, rather than before you didn't have to worry about what was changeable, what wasn't changeable. You just looked at it and been like, if there's one stat on it that you know you didn't like, you just got rid of it. Now I have to think about it, because, you know, since perks have a limit to how many perks you can have, like, of the same perk, like, okay, well, how many offensive perks do I need in total? Oh, I need 15 offensive perks. Okay, well, if this one has 3 and this one has 2 and this one has 0, well, I can make the 0 one work, as long as, you know, like, it's just a combination of perks, like open perk slots. So one piece of gear might look bad. It might not have what you want. Like, it might not have 4 offensive slots on it, but it doesn't mean it can't be useful for like a full combo. Because you might need one that has 4 perks. You might need one that has 2 perks because, you know, between the other pieces you got, you only need 2 more perk slots. So you don't want to go overboard and do 1 extra. That's why I'm saying, like, it makes it a little bit more complicated because there's more to it now. There's more variations. There's more alternatives. So you end up holding on to extra pieces of gear or having to think even harder than you used to. Because like I said, before it was much easier when you just saw the locked in perks. You can just clearly see what it had on it. And you can tell right at a glance, does it have something I don't want? It does, remove. It was that simple. Now it can be useful depending on what other pieces I get. So that's the problem I have with it. And that's what I want to do, Xander, because I don't know how true it is. I haven't confirmed it for myself, and I've heard it works this way. But supposedly, that the okay, stop moving. Supposedly, your sheathed weapon will still provide perk bonuses to your character. Even if it's sheathed, as long as the perk bonus is from why did that guy target me? I didn't know he was attacking me. Okay, that was my mistake. I saw the guy spinning. I was like, okay, cool, we're good. I thought he was attacking the other guy. Sorry. Yeah. So I was told it applies to your equipped weapon even when it's sheathed, as long as it is a craftable perk, right? It doesn't work for uncraftable perks. So like set in stone perks. It only works for perks that are crafted, that are changeable. I call them changeable perks. I don't know what they are. But yeah, the ones that can be changed, I heard that it only works with those ones. So you, ideally for your offhand, if you're running a primary weapon setup where you're using that weapon for 100% of all your attacks and you're not using your offhand, you want an offhand with 4 craftable perks. So you can take advantage of the 4 offensive perk slots that are extra. That's what I've heard. And you're not wrong. Like, I've been kind of looking for one. I just haven't found one yet. Go up the stairs. Go up the stairs. Need him to not be looking at me, bro. There we go. Oh. Whew. That was fucking irritating. Yeah, so what I was told is like if it like I said, if it's a craftable perk and you put it in your it's in your off weapon, it'll work for your main weapon. So what people were saying is like put keen, vicious, maybe like rogue or whatever. Like I don't know what the craftables are, but you put all like the offensive stat increasements that you would want for your main weapon, like more crit chance, more crit damage, things like that. In the offhand one, craftables, to give yourself extra crit chance and crit damage. I don't know if rogue can be crafted as well, but like you get all those, so that way it's just like you don't have to pull that weapon out, but it's giving you extra crit damage, crit chance, backstabs, or whatever. to your main weapon. And like I said, that's something I want to do, and I haven't got around to trying it myself. Okay, I keep fucking missing this guy point blank. Or it could be crafted. Yeah, so something like that would be really strong, because like I said, it would give you so much extra damage for your main weapon. It's definitely worth it. I would definitely say though, obviously it doesn't really matter what weapon you get to do it, as long as it just has the 4 offensive perks, it's fine. But what's nice about doing it that way is you would end up with an offhand that can be used for any build, right? So you can use it for any one of your builds, as long as it's not the build for that weapon, right? So you would obviously need, like, let's say you got a hatchet. If you wanted to actually do a hatchet build for your hatchet to be your main weapon, you'd probably want to get a second hatchet to use as like regular damage, and then for every other build have that second hatchet for like a buffing hatchet, you know. You'd want 2 hatchets at that point. But other than having to get the second hatchet for combat. Okay, I don't want to get stomped on when he charges. Oh, and then he retreated because he went too far. I hate it when people like don't pay attention to that. Like, you pull the guy from over there, you fight him over here, let's make him run further so he auto resets, even though we got him halfway dead. This guy just pulled a ton of mobs. Alright, stop pulling him so far, guys. Somehow that third shot missed. That's kind of annoying. And I didn't look far enough. I think I actually still hit him. I think I missed the third shot again. Okay, so what I mean by it doesn't matter, Xander, as in if the weapon is sheathed, then you never pull it out. It doesn't matter what weapon has the 4 perks, because you're not using it to do anything. Now, I will say, with the added caveat of what you said, if you're using that weapon for survivability / mobility on top of its perks, then yes, it matters. Right? It matters on what you're using the weapon for. But if you're only using it to have 4 offensive perks on it, it doesn't matter. You can have 4 offensive perks on a bow, and those 4 perks will add the same amount of buffs that 4 offensive perks on a hatchet would give you. The only difference is what abilities the weapon has, so you can use for situational mobility or survivability to coincide with your build, right? What you're lacking or what you need it for, other than just the perks. But as I said, if you don't need it for anything else other than perks, then it truly doesn't matter what weapon it falls on. Right. That's what I'm saying. Not that it doesn't matter what weapon it's on, but the perks don't give you more or less based off of what weapon it's on, right? Like, Keen's not going to give you more on a hatchet than it does a bow. Right? Vicious isn't going to be stronger on a rapier than it is on a hatchet, right? The perks themselves will be the same every single time, is what I'm getting at. We just don't have enough people to farm Helio now. And that's what I was meaning, is like, so at the beginning, if you're struggling to find gear or whatever, but you do find, like, let's say you find like a great axe that has 4 offensive perks on it, you're like, well, at least you got a starter piece. You got a piece. It might not be the weapon you wanted on, but at least you found one that you can use as an offhand for all your other weapons until you find the one you're looking for. Like, at least you have the option, right? Like, that's kind of what I was saying, right? What I was getting at. That guy yeeted himself off the cliff. Oh. That's true. What is thrust? Is thrust just increased thrust damage? Okay, yeah, so just thrust damage, gotcha. Which would help my bow. I want to be honest, bow is not my main weapon. I only use it because it's the easiest weapon to level with. Because the range gives you so much survivability. This guy needs to stop kiting backwards before we reset this guy. Like, people just don't think. This is the kind of shit in MMOs that drives me insane. People think they're the best in the fucking world. They're like, oh, I'm a fucking professional, bro. This guy's never gonna hit me. I'm fucking God, bro. And they run across the map and reset a boss with 1% HP because they're running the wrong fucking direction. And then they reset the whole fight and get everybody killed. Because we just spent all this time fighting this guy and then he resets. Now we gotta start all the way back over and we have all these other mobs we're fighting. Okay, bro. But yeah, I only use the bow because it's easy, right? It's probably the easiest weapon to get started with. You just 500 dex stack, you get decent damage. You have the range survivability. You know, so you kill most things before it gets to you. It's just great, easy way to level. And this is why I start with it. And then I switch to melee later once I get better gear. I prefer melee. I'm a melee brawler in every game I play. Like I'm more of like an arms warrior in World of Warcraft. You know, Blood Death Knight kind of style. Just I like brawling, I like healing, like survivability, things like that. No, I'm farming the smithing outfit. They were here trying. I don't know why we're actually just sitting right here. I don't know why the guys are just sitting here. We had a party that was running in circles around, killing all these guys. And these guys dropped the smelting outfit, right? I need the melee to get off me. Since when did shields work if they weren't actually out in your hand? Because they never used to. That was always the problem with running a luck shield. I don't know if that's what we're talking about, luck shield. The luck shield never worked, even when looting chests, because you sheathed your weapons, aka your shield, when you looted a chest, and it actually, people somehow mathematically proved that the stats were moved while you were looting chests. So it was pointless to even use loot chests. Yo, B-Boop! What the hell? Thank you for the raid. That is wild. Yo, that's insane. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's crazy. Thank you for entrusting me with your viewers and your community. Welcome in, everybody. I appreciate you. We are just chilling. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I'm assuming you were probably playing New World. Sorry, I don't have any commands to check it. But I appreciate you. How was the stream? Hopefully it went well. Appreciate you, gracing us with your generosity. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're just chatting about stuff and things. Okay. Hey, how you doing? Let's talk about this. We can use our words like grown-ups. Can we use our words like grown-ups? Thank you. He rated you with all the viewers? Alright, well thanks Heinz as well. Sharing the generosity. I appreciate it. No, well, yes and no. I'm not particular. Okay, can you kite him away from the guy so I can res him? Thank you. People posted that they were helio farming. This guy's about to pull another group because he likes to just backpedal long distance away from where we pull the mobs. But people said they were farming helio. I was like, oh, I need helio for smelting outfit. So I decided to join in on them because I need the smelting outfit. You know, as an Ironman, I need my profession gear, right? And this is probably one of the hardest profession pieces to farm is the smelting outfit, is because fighting these mobs solo is fucking irritating, if even possible. Unless you're like really geared and experienced, like super sweat lord. So I decided to jump in. We got one smelting outfits piece so far. We got the chest piece. So we kind of got lucky, at least we got one piece. Kind of nice. But a lot of the people in the party left. We were at like 20 people for a little while, and then people started leaving. So now we're down to like 5, and there's only 3 of us actually farming, so we're doing pretty well. Like most of these people are pretty good at like not taking damage. Like this blunderbuss guy's actually really good at like avoiding taking damage. It's just he's really bad about backpedaling into other groups, which has been kind of cucking us and making things a lot harder or worse for us. And I didn't even get a drop there. He's doing a lot of damage though, and he's pretty good at staying alive, so I mean, can't really complain. It's possible, but you gotta like kind of sweat lord it, have a really good strong combat build, which I haven't even focused on getting combat gear yet. We were talking about that earlier too. I'm more of a profession based person. I love grinding professions and grinding gear, you know, grinding my profession levels, crafting stuff, things like that. Only reason I'm even jumped into here and I'm even combating is because I need the smelting outfit, so. Interesting. I'm assuming you're relying on leech for that too. You have like heavy leech with the rapier. I've seen the rapier actually do really insane healing. Especially with like the flurry or whatever, the like 6 attack combo thing is like blah 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 blah. I've seen someone go from like 1% HP to like full like instantly. This shit was crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. Is it so? How do you actually obtain the old perks now? Is it possible to obtain the old perks other than like old gear that you still have laying around? Let's say you were a brand new player, you just came to the game and you don't have old gear and you're not buying things off the auction. Can you still obtain the old perk ones? Like, is it still like possible? Okay. That's unfortunate that that guy spawned. Bring him to me. Good kiting. Oh, that's unfortunate. We're gonna have a problem here if we stand here because we're gonna spawn the second guy. We're gonna have 2 mages to contend with, plus the big guy. Okay, I need to help this guy. Jesus. Ugh. Mutation materia? Really? You can get it in certain like world farms? Interesting. Ooh, okay. Yeah, so you're speaking in terms of like farming like named items from specific people that have the perk ones and then attaching the other stuff. Gotcha. Yeah, I know. That's where I normally get it from, but I did like what I was getting at is like a non-named item, like because people were telling me like this one guy came in and told me that he had a build that he put together that was 100% immortal during fortification. So he ended up having like basically he had what's it called? That guy got absolutely fucking obliterated. Okay, I can't. I can't res this guy. Yeah, I can't res that guy. That's unfortunate. And you pulled fucking everything in the world, bro. Okay, and then I got back on me, so that's probably death. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I'm gonna die. And then he hits me with it anyway. Yeah, I'm dead. I'm so dead, yeah. I rolled the wrong way and he comboed like 5 of those hits. That's so annoying. That's fine. We'll be done here. There's not enough people. There's literally 2 or 3 of us and like everybody left. That's not worth it. We're gonna go back to our actual profession grind now because this isn't worth our time. Yeah, what is it? There's 3 of us here. Like, obviously I'm down to farm even with only 2 or 3 people, but farming this place when there's not very much communication or anything, it's kind of difficult. But yeah, I would just say you're going to bed now. All right, sounds good. Thanks, Beep. Or Boop, or Beep Boop. I'm sorry, I'm really bad name. I appreciate the raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I super appreciate it. ETF? Sounds fun. Yeah, Xander. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. Thanks for being generous and bringing them on over here. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Sleep well. Thanks for coming in. Have a good one. Let us. I didn't even check my attributes. Can I click on attributes? Thank you. All right. So let's switch back to this. Let's put on. I gotta also put on. I gotta get rid of this gear. Yeah, I just didn't know if you could obtain perk 1s via like stuff like this, right? There was a way to obtain perk 1s other than just named items. So I'm just gonna just say fuck it, and I'm not gonna read this shit because I just don't give a shit. The only thing I care about is perk armors. So we got the 1. I'm really stoked about that. And then we're just gonna get rid of all this. All right. And where is my sword? Let me read it out. I'm not you. Okay, so I absolutely despise great axes. I only have it on to level it. If that clarifies anything for you. I don't use an axe for anything. That's literally my most hated weapon in the entire game. I absolutely despise great axe so much. I just fucking hate it so much. A lot of people love it and it has great potential, especially with like gravity well and stuff. But fuck that weapon. I just absolutely despise the attack. I absolutely hate the heavy attack animation. I hate the light attack animation. I hate how much damage it does per swing for how long the animation is. Like, a lot of the abilities I don't like. I actually do like. Like, I like the execute. I like cyclone, maelstrom, gravity well. Like, even the charge / reap are all the abilities are cool. I don't like its actual attack. I hate it. I hate the animation. I hate how long it is. I hate how little amount of damage I feel like I do with that weapon in comparison to other weapons with the same amount of attack time. I'd rather just use a different weapon. Now, if you're using it for its gravity well potential of increasing damage and clumping, or the AoE potential of using like gravity well plus cyclone plus maelstrom, okay, great combos. I love that. But other than that, sitting there or like light attack or heavy attack spamming just feels fucking awful. It just, if I'm gonna heavy attack spam, I'm just gonna go on a great. I'm just gonna go on a Warhammer. It feels better. Like the Warhammer heavy attack just actually feels so much smoother and better. I hate the axe. It just feels awful. Like I said, no real particular reason. It's a personal preference thing. I just personally hate it. It's actually a good weapon, and people prove it's a good weapon with how much damage they can put out with it. I just personally hate it. Like, my favorite weapon of all time is the sword and board. I love this weapon. I love its attack. I like how fast and like responsive it kind of feels when you're trying. Because what I despise a lot about a lot of weapons in most games is being animation locked more than anything. The fact that this game can allow for animation lock, even though there's a dodge mechanic, drives me up the wall. You go to hit an ability, and then you see that the mob is about to do like an attack. You're like, oh shit, I need to dodge this. But the game is registered that you've already left clicked, and you're like, oh well, I have to finish this auto attack before I can dodge roll. So then you get punched in the face and you get killed by a boss because your character wants to do one extra auto attack and he won't cancel it for a dodge. It drives me insane. Or I sit down to do like a rapid fire on my bow and I can't fucking dodge roll out of it sometimes because I'm not catching it in like a specific window. So I'm sitting there spamming the shift key fucking 100 times trying to fucking roll out of the animation so I don't get punched in the face. And then I end up triple rolling and running out of, and getting exhausted. And then the guy hits me anyway because now I have no fucking stamina to dodge roll the second hit, the follow up. That's the shit that drives me insane when it comes to combat, which is one reason why I just fucking hate combat. But there's certain weapons that I don't feel like I get animation locked very often. They're very mobile, they're very fast paced. So I can avoid getting hit or taking unnecessary damage because my reaction time is already slow. Like, I have really bad reaction time. So I see something happening and it takes my brain a hot second to realize what's happening and what I need to do to avoid it. So I'm already behind as it is. And then you add in the fact that I'm animation locked and I basically guarantee it's a recipe for me dying over and over again, right? So I like to play weapons that I have the ability to animation cancel at any time, and or I don't need to worry about the animations being so long that I can't dodge roll when necessary. So once again, that's why I try to avoid two-handed weapons at all costs, with the caveat that there's a few that are decent. I think Warhammer is one of them, mainly because it's the only strike melee weapon in the game that other than obviously the flail, which I fucking just feels wrong. It's probably a really good weapon. It feels wrong in my head. Oh, it just makes me want to throw up playing that thing. It just feels completely and utterly wrong. But I use it for the strike damage for strike weak mobs mostly. Then so that's like the only two-handed weapon. Actually, and the spear. I actually really like the spear, but the spear doesn't feel like a two-hander because it's very pokey. It's kind of really fast-paced. You do a lot of like light attacks. You do like, and most of the abilities you can cancel with a roll. Or they're really fast. They're really quick animations, so you don't have to worry about being animation locked. So it's just like, I like the spear. I like the great axe, or sorry, the warhammer. When it comes to slash weapons, I'm more of a sword and board fan, but I'm getting away from it purely because, from my understanding, most good tanks run leadership now. I used to run sword and board to buff my team with leadership, but if tanks are running it, I don't need to run it. So I have been trying to get away from sword and board because sword and board was my go-to for the last 2 years. That's just my favorite weapon. But I've been trying to switch back to the hatchet for slashing. Because hatchet was my go-to in the beginning, and then they changed berserk, and obviously like the meta changed, and it's still really good and it was really strong, but it just never felt the same. I just felt weaker, obviously, because I didn't have the leech I used to before. or the survivability I used to before. Oh, someone took all the ironwood. Yeah. I get that. If you're, but this is talking in terms of like non-raids, right? Raids, obviously, if you're in a raid and you're in a group that doesn't have a tank, then yes, like sword and board can still work. To buff the rest of your team. But if you're in the tanks group, you don't really need it, right? Yeah, that's what I was saying. So if you're in like a world tour, if you're in like a big like raid in general in an open world, or just in general in a raid like a real raid, you could provide some good group increasement damage by running leadership as a non-tank sword and board DPS class. So I still want to work on my sword and board because, like I said, it is my favorite weapon. But because like the way I look at my characters, I don't make one build to rule them all when I'm running dungeons or open world stuff. I switch my build up depending on what I'm fighting. So if they're weak to slash, I go with my slash build, which right now is trying to be a hatchet, which I need to revamp. But I'm gonna make a sword and board version as well. Probably, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I'll probably run butcher sword with the hatchet, and that way I can run both. I mean, butcher probably isn't worth it anymore with the 4 offensive perk slots being in your offensive in your offhand. I was just thinking like butcher wouldn't be bad because it would increase my rend duration and stuff, but at the same time I don't need that if I have the rending strikes, because then rends will never fall off anyway, so it's probably not worth it for the axe. But yeah, I like having an axe sword combo would be kind of nice. I like both those, but typically I run spear in my offhand, unless spear is my main weapon. And the reason for that is because I like using sweep to CC mobs. So I'll run up, I'll get a good sweep pref rate, or like sweep, I'll skewer in, sweep, and like switch over and start doing DPS. It's typically, I didn't grab my star medal. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever. Yeah, it's only bleed specifically. I know, that's what I was. That's what I was saying. It's like I used to run it as an offhand because I was running. I think I was running it with my spear that applies bleed, so it extends the bleed. But that's what I was saying. Is like I was thinking about running it as an offhand for a specific weapon to extend the bleed, so the bleeds would actually increase the damage because the uptime is higher. But I think it's not as necessary being in the offhand now, since you can have 4 offensive perks. I think 4 offensive perks is much stronger than extending the duration of the bleeds. So I definitely agree with that. It's kind of meh, right, nowadays. So I probably won't be doing that. Not really necessary or worth it in my opinion going forward. So it's kind of like a dead thing in my opinion. But but basically what I was saying is I switch my builds based off of what we're fighting at. So if I'm fighting like Angry Earth, I'll be on a slash build, right? If or on Vanguards, right? Vanguards is also like slash because I think they're like 15% weak to slash, depending on which Vanguard. Because some Vanguards are different weaknesses than other Vanguards. I don't pay that much attention and memorize their weaknesses like all the way through. I just generically say, oh, it's humanoids. So we're gonna go with slash. Because slash is like my go-to like default build that I like to play. Because like I said, sword and shield is like my favorite weapon. But if I'm playing against like the ghosts or the like ancients or lost, I run Warhammer. But one of my go-to Warhammers is Mjolnir, because I think it's, if I remember correctly, it's ancients. I could be wrong on this. I think ancients are 30% weak to lightning. I have the cheat sheet in my Discord, but the 30% weak to lightning, and Mjolnir is the only weapon in the game that does lightning damage, basically. So I usually typically pick up Mjolnir and I run him against ancients. And then for Lost, I typically try to get a Warhammer that has Nature Attunement on it. I don't know if it's necessary for Nature Attunement, but I kind of like it because it adds extra nature damage to it since they're 30% weak to nature. And then I like to put like a rune glass in it for physical damage converted to nature. That way I can get at least like another extra 15% damage increase there. Because if they're weak to nature and I'm converting 50% over, that 50% is only doing 30% more damage, and that's only 15% damage increase. But something. So I usually have two hammers. And then for my thrust, for when it comes to beasts and or corrupted, I like to do a spear. Spear is like my go-to, but I also like to have a backup bow for some fights that are really annoying to do with melee. AKA when I'm running forge, I run it with a bow because most of the fights in that dungeon kind of suck as melee. AKA the last boss mainly. Last boss in the forge kind of blows as melee. Unless you like have a really good high DPS leeching build and a really good like team to like burn the boss, having to sit there for a long fight, dodging fucking falling rolling rocks nonstop while dealing with his like mechanics and the fucking flaming floor, I'd rather just be on a bow and not have to deal with it. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, it does have a 1.5-second cooldown. I didn't see the cooldown on it. Interesting. But I mean, I'm heavy attack spamming with a hammer anyway. Well, because the way I look at it is because, I mean, yeah, getting something like, just like ability damage increase or light a heavy attack increase, right, would be better because it's more consistent. Right, just getting, what is that? I don't know, what, enhanced? Is that what gives you the extra light and heavy attack damage? I think it's enhanced. Would probably be more consistent because then it doesn't have the cooldown increasement. Because all I'm saying is, like, from my understanding, the flame attunement or attunements in general, it adds 11% weapon damage to whatever you do. So if you did 1,000 damage, it'd be 110 extra damage being added on as extra of that fire of that attunement, but at a 1.5-second cooldown, right? So if you're heavy attack spamming, I don't know if the heavy attack is slow enough to proc it on every hit, or if it's going to be every other hit. But with the Warhammer, since I heavy attack spam anyway, because that's just the build that I put together. I like heavy. I don't like light attack with the hammer. I only heavy attack spam to reset cooldowns and stuff. So like heavy attack, heavy attack, heavy attack, ability spam, heavy attack, heavy attack, heavy attack. It's basically how I do my hammer. If it does technically work on every heavy attack, then it's not bad. But if it doesn't, then I agree. Rending strikes or like trenching, like anything with trenching would probably be better, or enhance for like 3% damage increase, like would probably be better. Yeah. Is trenching strikes the one that heavy attacks deal more damage, right? I know trenching, what, mortal trench or whatever it is, like there's like a leeching one, there's a cooldown one, and I think there's a damage one as well. I'm assuming that's the trenching strike you're talking about. Why are we so full? Oh, oh, oh. Okay, I forgot we had the Orion stuff on us. Okay. Let us do that. Let's go back. I didn't get any star medals. That kind of sucks. Trenching recovery. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's refreshing move that reduces your cooldown. for light or heavy attack. There is that. I thought, man, what is the other trenching ability? I thought there was 3 because I thought there was a healing one. I thought there was. Hold on. I thought there was a. Yeah, so there's Trenching Strike, which heavy attacks deal more damage, which is actually probably, like you said, I think that one's actually best for a hammer. Oh, there's Crit. That's the one I was thinking of. So there's... Okay, so this is what I pulled up, right? So we got Trenching Recovery, which is the healing one I was just talking about, which is actually really good if you don't have any type of leech. And then there was... So you got Strikes, which is the damage. You got Crits. Crit damage, you got Rend, and then you got the recovery. I thought one of these was cooldown. So yeah. But like Rend's cool, but not, I don't think great. Crit damage, cool, but once again, I think Strikes is just better. Yeah, exactly. You're not hitting often, and backstabs don't. I don't know if backstabs count as crits anymore, or if they ever did. Because I thought crits and backstabs were 2 different procs. Even though it is a crit, it's a guaranteed crit, it's actually counted as a backstab, not a crit, which is why Rogue works for DPS, because you're getting backstabs, not crits, even though it is a technical crit. I just don't know if they both, like, if backstabs count as crits or whatever. So I don't know if crit would even work if you're getting backstabs. But yeah, I think this would be a better last stat. Yeah, I think Rend is definitely another good one. Because if I'm hitting big hit, like a big heavy, and then it applies that Rend for 7 seconds, pretty good. Because reducing their armor means I get. I mean, once again, it's 20% armor. So it doesn't matter how hard I hit, but this would allow for me to do more damage on my next hit. But at the same time, if somebody else has it, I don't need to run it. But once again, it's like I should be building it based off of my own personal character. Yeah, so right now I just I got this one. So it's got 2 perks. Changeables, right? So I got Mighty Gavel, which I'm not a huge fan of. So we're gonna change that one. I'm assuming that is a skill slot. And skilled enhance, so abilities do more damage. I'm not opposed to it, but it's also changeable as well. And then it's got the Arcane Attunement, which I'm not a huge fan of. And then Desperate, damage and haste while exhausted. So I felt like this is that's not, so I don't really know if it's good or not, but my thought was trying to go for an exhausted build setup where I triple roll into extra damage from being exhausted. Yeah, I know it is. That when I looked it up, I saw that it was going to roll in that. And I wasn't opposed to it, but I wasn't like a huge fan of it because I was trying to go for exhausted build setup anyway, and I don't think I'm gonna like it, and I don't think it'll even be good. So I might just opt out of that and just use it as a starting piece, get a better one. So I don't know. I'm like I said, the combat really just doesn't matter to me. I was trying to put some things together just so I had like a starting point of combat, but I truly just don't care. Yeah, so I'll show you what I have right now. So I have the Enrage Amulet, because I actually didn't mind the perks on the amulet. I have the Second Wind Ring, but I didn't like any of the other pieces of the Second Wind. So I thought, why don't we just go Second Wind weapons? So as long as all my weapons were Second Wind, because the weapons didn't look too terrible. It basically just forces me into always having to be exhausted to do damage, which is kind of meh in my opinion. But I could take advantage of like a jewel that gives, or a gem in the weapon that gives me more damage while like not at full stam. Was that the opal or something? Um, and then I could take advantage of the desperate on the weapon to do more damage, you know, when I'm depleted or whatever. And then I get I get increased damage while I'm after, you know, I regen my stam or whatever it is. So like when I'm not depleted, I can still get a little bit extra, like I can get like one hit in, um like empowered and hit in before I like triple roll again. I didn't like the gloves personally. I mean, I'm not saying it's like not the best. I'm not saying that it's probably not really good, but for me personally, looking at this the perks on it, I kind of disliked it. Like I said, I'm not much of a combatter. I don't know the metas. I don't know the min-max methods. I don't know much about it. I just, when I look at the perks, if it doesn't resonate with me, if I just can't grasp like, oh, that looks good, then I just don't really care too much about it. Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is like the only weapon I'm heavy attacking with is the Warhammer. Right? So I would say if that's the case, the only weapon setup that I would want those gloves is with the Mjolnir, because the Mjolnir, I'm not going to have the two-piece second wind set because I won't have the second wind weapon. But if I run the glove with it and I'm heavy attacking anyway, then I could take advantage of it still. So it was okay. It was okay. It was one of those, I don't really heavy attack with the spear, honestly. I mostly light attack to reset my cooldowns of my abilities, because I almost basically spam my abilities more than I do anything else on the spear. Because typically what I end up doing is I dodge roll into an ability, dodge roll into an ability, dodge roll into an ability, and then I light attack like 3 times, and then I dodge roll into an ability, and I just basically do that over and over again. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I do heavy attack with the bow almost every attack, so I mean, that's viable. Like I said, there are options that the gloves would be a better option than running the weapon, right? Because I'm just looking to run a 2-piece, right? 2-piece second win, 1-piece in rage. That's what we're going for. And like I said, the 1-piece in rage is literally just going to be the earring, I think it is. And I already have that. Not the best, but it's just the piece. And then, like I said, I was shooting for just like as a starting point, just to get one of every one of the weapons that I want to use for my build. And then from there, like tinkering with other things. Because like I said, the one thing is like, man, what other second piece or set piece can I run that's not a weapon? So if I did want to run Mjolnir, I could. Stop chasing me. So I can run Mjolnir if I wanted to. And you know, knowing that the gloves would be good for heavy attacking, because like I said, I didn't pay that much attention to them. I saw it, I was like, I don't know how I feel about it. So I just moved on. Would mean that it would work well for Mjolnir, because I'm heavy attacking anyway. And then, like you said, with the bow too, bow's actually a good option as well. So I don't have to run the second wind set piece weapon. I can run any bow, which would be kind of ideal. And I can still take advantage of the second wind. The problem is like, I don't know if I want to actually run second wind, because the generalistic idea of the second wind is I need to have no stamina. And I don't like not having stamina, if I'm being honest. Right, the 10% movement speed or haste or whatever when you leave exhaust is kind of nice, because it does make up for the idea of not being able to roll. But it's when you exit exhaust. So wouldn't that specifically be when you can roll again? So it's like, Well, I mean, is it worth it at some point? I don't know. It's just I might not even run the second one. I might just run one piece in Rage and just every other piece just be a regular standard piece of gear. Honestly, I don't know yet. If I dislike the idea of triple rolling because I have to roll 3 times in order to actually rock it. Oh yeah. Let's. I forgot. I have a smelting outfit. I have one piece though. I said. But at least I got one so far. That's kind of nice. All right. Let's finish this up. Oh yeah, I forgot. I didn't do the. Yeah, I'll pull up the pieces really quick, Xander, and I'll like I said, obviously my thoughts are completely different than like a much better combat player in the game. Because like I said, like the way I look at things is completely different than what a higher end combat person would look at it. The through like a magnifying glass, more or less. Let's craft this. I need to go get some more myth really quick. Also, we can open up some of our chests quick as well. Let me pull up the weapons really quick, or the items. DB second wind slot. All right. So you said the gloves were good, right? So when I looked at this, it says wall under 50% stand, game crit chance. I like that, right? But when I saw freeing aggression, hitting a target will reduce the duration of active crowd controls, I was like, meh. Like it helps, but in a PvE standpoint, when I'm in a dungeon, there's not that much crowd control going on me. And if it is, it's because it's in my face. I can't really attack him anyway. I wasn't a huge fan of it, and it's a 1-second cooldown, so I felt like that just didn't feel great. But enhanced ward, I liked, right? It was literally the freeing aggression that kind of just made me not want to use them. Because you said the gloves were good if you were heavy attacking, but I don't see where the heavy attack comes in on this. It has a gem slot. It has more crit chance as long as I have less than 50% stam. And then just got the reduced thing, like the reduced freedom with a random perk. I don't know where that comes in. And then the boots, speed recovery, gain haste 4 seconds after exiting exhaust. Like I said, I'm not opposed to that, but I felt like that was kind of negligible because by the time, so the problem is when you triple roll, you can't roll because you're exhausted, right? And if you can't roll, you're susceptible to dying if you can't iframe a hit or get away from it. So haste would be better during the exhaust portion instead of after. So I was kind of like put off by that a little bit. And then the hardcore parkour, gain haste for 5 seconds after triggering a traversal action. That isn't too bad. So you get 5 seconds. So I mean, okay, so maybe that's not too bad. Basically, you have almost guaranteed 10 to 15% haste at all times. Because if you triple roll, you have 15% haste for 5 seconds. So you could technically dodge things while exhausted. And then once you leave, you gain 10% haste for 4 seconds, which is kind of nice. So you get that extra little bit of haste to move around. And then you get the divine, so you get a little extra healing. That's not too bad. So I feel like that's not too terrible. This is at least mobility, but you're giving up. You're gaining the mobility from these boots to. I don't know. I think that's actually pretty good. Divine is a random roll? Is it really? Or it's changeable, right? Yeah. I don't hate Divine though because it is at least an increase to healing. Yeah. It's a changeable. Yeah. But like you said, you can change it out for something a little bit more useful for you, which is kind of nice. And then you get a random perk. So I don't hate this because it does alleviate the potential of dying when you can't dodge roll while you're exhausted. I don't dislike that.
So you triple roll, attack, you remove the exhaust, but now you have 15% haste, so it helps you be able to dodge things if you can't roll, and then you get the haste after the fact as well. So you're kind of zoomy. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I just personally, I don't think I'm gonna like second wind build because like I said, it requires a triple roll to activate. Every time I get to full stam, I want to triple roll down, get to exhausted to do damage. I'm not feeling it. It doesn't proc off of, really? It just says traversal action. I thought, oh, is it like a climb or something? Is that what they mean by traversal? It's like climbing over something? I thought it would proc off of a roll. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That sounds awful. Because, like, if I'm in, like, the forge fight, right, and I need to triple roll to get my damage up, and then the guy turns to, like, charge me or throw something at me, and I need to avoid it, and I can't dodge roll, I need to have haste or something. It would make it broken. That's why I thought it was like, oh, shit, that's actually really strong. But no, so I don't think I'm actually going to run second wind at that point. Because I can't see myself triple rolling and being so sweaty that I triple roll and start attacking for big damage. Triple roll, start attacking for big damage. I don't think I'm going to do that. A simple step over a rock, yeah. I feel like in an open world setting, I feel like these boots would be insane. Because like you said, if you're like PvPing and you step over a small little rock, you do a little like shanty over top of the rock where it's not like an act, it's like a vault more than it is anything. It doesn't slow you down, but you get that huge boost of speed. That could be really good. But in most boss fights, there is no climbing. There is no traversals in any way in most boss fights. And that's why I'm put off by this, because the way I build my build is for boss fights. I build it to do like muted dungeons and stuff like that. If I'm gonna run anything, it's gonna be muted dungeons, and none of that exists. So I don't know if I'm actually gonna run second wind, because I'm not a huge fan of having to triple roll. I like to have my roll available so I can so I can dodge what's coming at me if it's, when it comes at me, kind of thing. Does that make sense? Actually, I need to put that back on because I'm gonna open up my chest really quick. Bro, I cannot get another fucking pattern. I've only gotten one pattern at like 30 something fucking level ups. It's kind of annoying. And yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I typically play Bruiser, aka like frontline hack and slash, right? So either I'm up there with like a hatchet spamming, I'm up there with a sword and board spamming, I'm up there with a spear, I'm up there with a hammer. Like I'm always up front taking damage, and I'm dodge rolling and stuff like that to avoid taking hits and trying to stay behind. I feel like that's why I would be useful, because I can triple roll while I'm like staying behind the target, positioning, and then bam, big hits from behind with the backstabs. That's what the thought process was. But then like reality is like, do I want to have to triple roll and then like make sure I'm positioned properly after the triple roll to be able to hit the guy within a small window of regenerating my my stamina, so I only get like 1 or 2 hits in. And once again, it's one of those sweaty things where I have to constantly make sure, okay, triple roll, attack. Oh, my stamina's back up. Okay, now triple roll. Like I had to pay attention. I'd rather just not pay attention and just spam. Honestly, basically what it's boiling down to is I don't think I can bring myself to doing what's necessary to actually take it for advantage. So I think I'm just gonna opt out of that. After chatting about it, I think we're just gonna say screw second win at this point. It's not really worth my time. I don't think it's good. I think it could actually be really strong. I think if someone's willing to put the effort into making sure they're maintaining the buff and positioning properly and doing what's necessary and building into it, I think it could be really strong, do a lot of damage. I just don't think it's for me. I'm lazy and I like consistency where I can just sit there and pew 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 with a consistent number output, like consistent DPS without having spikes like highs and lows. I don't like highs and lows. I like a very consistent number across the board. Now that does make me a very bad DPS because if you are a consistent number across the board, you're never fluctuating. You're never like you almost always get beat by somebody that has highs and lows because they have really high DPS numbers, and then they have a short burst of window of like low numbers, and it's all about like comboing your abilities in a specific order and stuff like that. And I forgot to dump my materials again, so our bag is still full, but it's not as full. It's just this Ori on us and these bars. All right, all right, let's go back really quick. I keep forgetting to dump. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really put off by the whole gearing aspect in this game. I never really enjoyed getting BIS gear in this game because the metas change regularly and I never know what's like best in slot. Like people will come up with these like, oh, look how strong this build is, and then someone's like, yeah, that build's shit. It's like, okay, well, who do I believe? You know, there's these people that are like super top tier like raiders in the game, and then there's other people that are nobodies that are like, oh yeah, that person's wrong, and then this person's like, oh, that person's right, and it's like, okay, well, one person's right and one person's wrong. I don't know who's who. I just put together something that I don't hate, and I just go with it, honestly. Like, okay, I'm on. Like I said, it might not be the best, it might not be the greatest, it might not even be good, but I can't be bothered to have to think too hard about it at the end of the day. I want it simple. I just want to play the game and have fun. I don't want to sit here and fucking rack my brain like it's fucking I'm trying to get a PhD or anything. I just want to have fun, man. I want to chill. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not taking the game that damn seriously. All right, so I think we're good enough in this situation. Oh, all right, we should be good now. I have killed 2,000 rabbits, Xander, and I've gotten one rabbit's foot. I'm so upset about it. I'm so upset about it. Yeah, and like Mate said, like if you hang out for a while, then you'll realize I'm not a min-maxer in any way. Like if you're like, oh well, if you go and do this and you snapshot this, it'll give you like a huge damage increase, or it'll give you a huge this increase. You got to snapshot this, and then you got to switch back to this, and you got to click this, and you got to click that, and then boom, you hit 1,000,000 damage. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of work. I'd rather do 10,000 damage consistently. Yeah, but once again, Iron Man. Everything has to be farmed by myself. I have to physically obtain it myself. I cannot trade or use auction house. So I have to gather all 3 of my rabbit's feet myself. I have to gather my loaded dice, my stacked decks. I mean, it is an odd mentality, but at the end of the day, it's because I'm a profession person. When I play MMOs to hang out with people, to help people do stuff, and I like consistency. I like being able to repeat what I've done like consistently with little effort, right? So, for example, instead of running this route, right, and being super min-maxy pitch perfect with it, where I'm like, all right, guys, we're going to run this exact pattern. We're going to climb over this rock. This is like 0.1 seconds faster. We're going to dodge roll here. We're going to use this movement skill on this portion. Like, instead of like trying to min-max this run to bring the run time down from 25 minutes down to like 22 minutes so I get more ore per hour, I don't care enough. If I have to put deodorant on to play a video game, I'm playing it wrong. At the end of the day, you play a video game to have fun. If you enjoy min-maxing and like doing that kind of stuff and being super sweat lord, you do that. But if you want to play the game the way that you play it to have fun, doesn't matter. As long as you're having fun playing the video game, it shouldn't matter how you're playing it. And yeah, everybody does things to be like, oh, this has 30,000 ore per hour. Oh, this one has 29,000 ore per hour, so mine's better. And it's like, okay, 1,000 ore per hour is like very negligible. And yeah, it adds up over time, but who truly cares? So it's one of those things like, do I really want to min-max for a very small marginal increasement that does add up over time? So, oh, after 10 hours, yes, you would end up with a lot more ore than me. In the sense of ore, right, specifically. Or like, let's say in a dungeon, if you increase your damage by X amount, by doing a specific sweat lord strat, right? That means you can clear that dungeon X amount faster, which means you can get more dungeons per hour compared to somebody not sweat lording. Makes sense. But at the end of the day, the way I look at it, Xander, is like, I'll break it down this way. You know, when someone comes to you and you're like brand new to a game, and you're like, hey, what's the strongest character in the game? Or what character should I play in an MMO, right? Should I play a warrior? Should I play a ranger? Should I play a magic person? Should I play a priest? Should I play a tank? Whatever. So you can give them the cookie cutter answer of what's the strongest current character in the meta, right? So let's say a mage is the highest DPS in the game right now. But if that person doesn't enjoy playing the mage, even though it does the most damage in the game, if they don't enjoy it, they're not going to play for very long, right? They'll play for a little while, but they're going to be like, man, I really don't like playing a mage. So they're going to less likely be willing to play the game or continue playing the game because they don't like what they're doing, right? They don't like what they're doing, they're going to quit sooner than later. So instead, if you have the conversation and you find out what class that they would more adeptly enjoy playing, they're going to more likely play for a lot longer period of time, which in the grand scheme of things, min-maxing and hating what you're doing is actually a very short-sighted way of playing, because if you hate what you're doing, you're not going to do it for a long period of time. If you're not doing it for a long period of time, the gains you're going to get are much less than something that you can do for a long period of time. So it's like the tortoise versus the hare. You might be able to do it faster and more efficiently and get more materials or more, kills or more whatever in a shorter period of time, but who's going to be able to do it for longer, right? If you can only do it for an hour a day, and like in that hour you get 10,000 whatever counts we're talking about, right? Say you can get 10,000 in 1 hour doing your min-max method, but doing it a lot lazier, doing it a lot more simple, a lot less effort, you get 8,000 an hour, right? Like, okay, you get 2,000 more an hour, but you can only do it for an hour, but I can do it for 5 hours, right? Now, don't get me wrong, hear me out. Yes, with the added caveat to that statement of I got 10,000 in 1 hour, and for the next 4 hours of playing the game, if I continue playing the game, right? Let's say you continue playing the game for another 4 hours, you do something else, right? Yes, I ended up with less materials than you did, but I also had 4 hours of other content that I did for enjoyment, right? Versus you just did the same thing for 5 hours. Once again, it boils down to, what do you enjoy doing? If you're having fun, you're not doing it wrong. It just purely depends on your mentality of what you're trying to get done. If your goal is to gather as much resources as you can and just focus on, skilling and crafting and stuff like that, more ore per day or more ore in the longevity is better than a profession person doing it for an hour, getting super burnt out, and then going to do non-profession stuff for 4 more hours is a lot less productive than a profession person that can sit there and non-stop play. Poper's always posting us random ass shit. What did he post us this time? What did you hit us with, Poper?
Are you going to be a dad? Which is no joke. And so I have my ways of finding out which one of you boys
I don't
is
have
responsible.
the audio on.
Nathan says, happy to help. Feel free to reach out, course related or not. Winky face. Seems like you've been giving my Mary a little bit of extracurricular help there, Nathan.
She attends
Okay,
my
this is
class.
too long. I have no idea what it is, but I'm just. It looks wild already. That's a long and short. Yeah, I thought it was a short, and I clicked on it. I was like, why is it so long? And then obviously I really suck at reading, so it's like I'm trying to read this the captions, and it's moving too fast, so I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Also, I need to click on something. But yeah, like I said, Xander, it's not a common mentality for most MMO players to not want to min-max, and it does bring me some hate. A lot of people are like, well, you're a fucking idiot. Why play MMOs if you don't want to like take it seriously? Why play MMOs if you're not gonna try and get the most out of what you can do? And I mean, there's another streamer. He plays another game that we play. His name's Griffey. He has kind of the same thought process I do. It's, you might be better, you might be faster, you might be stronger, you might be more efficient than me, you might sweat lord it harder than me, but I will outlast you. That's what it boils down to. If I can do it longer than you can, I will net more gains than you will. That's what it boils down to. I can literally run this iron route without thinking for months and never stop running it and not get bored. Right? Versus if I was to run another iron route that I would get more iron per hour, but it's more annoying, more tedious, more irritating. And I would get so annoyed at running it that I would just stop running it after a while. I would get so much more ore doing this one, even though I get less per run or per hour or whatever, than the other one, but I never stop running it. I can literally indefinitely run this route and just never think about it. Like I'm literally, I have half the time I have no idea what I'm even doing in the game. I'm just looking at chat, reading, and talking to you guys, and I have no idea what's even going on my route. That's how ingrained this run is into my brain. I honestly don't even know what's going on. I just know, oh, I'm right here and I'm going to the next node. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. I forget what I'm doing half the time. That's how mindless this fucking route is. And the route that I designed this route years ago, like when the game first came out. People typically try to use my route to a point, but they only use part of it, right? My route is so long that even if someone's farming in the Everfall areas, I still end up with ore by the end of it because they don't take all of it, or they miss some, or it respawns by the time I get to it, or they don't continue on to like the other zones. So like, and sometimes there are people doing the other zone farms as well, and you know, instead of getting 3,000 to 4,000 iron, I might only end up with like 1,000 iron. So there are some runs that I end up with less than I should, but my average is like 2,000 to 3,000 ore per run. This is before obviously the player base dramatically died. I used to average between 15 and like 2,500 ore per run, even with people running my route. Yes, you can get more in other places. Said, I'm gonna outlast you. What it boils down to. And I feel like that's a better mentality than, hey, let's min-max this shit to the fullest and put as much effort in as possible and get as much as we can in such a short period of time that we never have to think about it. And it's like, but I hate it. I hate it. It's like masturbation with sandpaper, right? You can masturbate, you can get off, you can do what you got to do. Obviously, this is a weird analogy, right? But are you going to enjoy it? Right? Like, how often are you going to want to do that? Oh yeah, some people are fucking freaks over. Just saying. There are the occasional. There's always one, right? Yeah, it's like, yo, we just took a left turn. Can we do a U-turn and go back to Albuquerque? Like, what the fuck? Why are we in left field right now? What the hell's going on here? Oh yeah, there's that. There's the people that sit on things, you know? Yeah, people are fucking weird, man. Some people are just wild. I don't know. I don't know what's going through their minds half the time. But like I said, that's basically like me in a nutshell, though, Xander. Like I said, if you know, most people don't like it. Like I said, I do rub people the wrong way. I do have a very specific outlook on the way I like to play games and do things. And it does drive people nuts. Like, why don't you do this? Well, why don't you do that? Well, because I don't want to. Like, they're like, well, you know, you'd get more if you did this. It's like, yeah, but I hate it. So, and like, there's no winning, right? Now, if you have a very logical explanation and I didn't know it existed, like, bringing it up is fine. I have no problems with people bringing things to my attention, be like, oh, you know, this is better, this is faster, this is more efficient, this is whatever. But, oh, I didn't know that. Or, oh, that's kind of cool. I'll try it, right? But if I've already done it or I already know about it and I hate it, I'm not going to do it. Like I said, snapshotting, it's not hard. It's just something I just could care less about. Like in some situations, I'm not opposed to it. If it's as simple as putting on a piece of gear, clicking on something, and then changing your gear, okay, easy. As long as I have gear sets where I don't have to like do anything funky to like change my gear, like sure. But if I have to like equip a set of gear and then I have to like do a whole bunch of like clicky and moving around and swapsies and stuff and then do something else for like a snapshot, like that's just not worth the effort for like a 1% increase or something. What conversation I just walked back into? You don't want to know, Edge. Let's just say you don't want to know. Did I get the star medal over there? I don't remember. I did. I don't know. Did you look at the command, chains of command yet, Edge? We can talk about it for a minute before you go to bed. I know it's a little late for you. What's hunting? Oh, okay. Well, if you got free time, I can pull it up really quick. I'm not opposed. Is it just a string of? Oh yeah. I mean, you could probably open it, copy and paste it, because it'll still work. That's the clipboard for the copy and paste to Path of Building. You put that in Path of Building and it will work. But that's just how it clipboards, and it's so annoying. Super annoying. But like I said, I could pull it up for you, and I can go over it with you and explain it if you want. I don't really care. It's up to you. Like I said, I would have to Google, or you would have to Google different items to equip onto the Guardian, because that's separate. Because like I said, the Guardian can get some specific pieces that make him immortal. Because of the way that they interact with each other, he becomes unkillable. Which is one of the downsides to the build, is if your Guardian dies, that map is completely, you cannot run the map going forward. Because you have no sorts of damage if your Guardian dies, right? So that's the main goal, is preventing your Guardian from dying at all costs, regardless of what your damage is. It's an assassin. Yeah. I think it's in the same boat. So if you're not liking the arc, you could probably respec it to Chains of Command if you really wanted to. Like if you're not looking forward, like if you don't want to actually do the fishing pole build, you want to swapsies, you could do that. I mean, if we're being real, Edge, you could probably swapsies to Chains of Command to farm a fishing pole. And then maybe at the very end of the league, just swap to the fishing pole with all the currency you have and try the fishing pole build at the end. Like you could always do that if you really wanted to. Like that's an option. I just think Chains of Command is too easy to get up and running, and how strong it is. It's definitely, I'm not gonna lie to you, Edge. If you want an early, like a league start build Obviously, it requires like a couple items, but if you want a league start build that can just AFK farm blights without even trying, that is the build. You literally zone into a blight and you can walk away. You probably don't even have to put any totems up, like no towers, and you could still clear like high tier blights without even trying. It's that wild. And it gets stronger the more currency you put into it. Like either you can go more damage route or you can go the more survivability route, right? Like I said, the one I pulled up specifically was a Sylvan's version, which is really high EHP because of the Sylvan's giving you like 90% block chance. So I mean, it's obviously not insane EHP. It's like less than 200k 200k EHP, which is really good. So the odds of you dying are pretty slim. But it's not as tanky as say some of the other ones that are in the millions for different builds or other builds. But obviously going that much EHP means you're using the shield for survivability rather than for more damage, right? You're using your extra off slot or whatever. Instead of running two Spellborn swords to give yourself more damage output, you're going for more defense. I went with 2 swords to give me more, give my minions more crit chance. So them critting just dramatically increases your damage. Like I said, if you want me to pull it up, Edge, I can. Let me just finish at the star medal, and if you want me to, I'll pull it up. We can talk about it for a hot minute. Also, Xander, I didn't notice it earlier, but thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hope you are enjoying the stream and hanging out. And I blacked out. Yeah, I don't like min-maxing, bro. I fucking hate it. You can jab out later. All right, sounds good. Yeah, that is a build I actually somewhat know something about, so I can at least help you with it. I also got halfway through Act 5, Edge. I didn't play for very long, but I got halfway through Act 5. It took me a while to get rolling because I needed to get to 16. I was at like level 13 when you left. I needed to get to 16 to even be able to do any damage because I didn't have a skill to do damage. I didn't have a weapon to do any damage. So I had to gimp myself along until I hit 16. And then once I hit 16, I put on RF and I just started cruising. It got real easy. I died a couple times. I think I've died 2 or 3 times since you left. Like since I died with you. So, and most of it was just because I was being lazy. But I did die, I think, once to a boss. It was out of nowhere. I was like, oh shit, that hurt. So that was like a true death. Not just lazy death, but just like a true death. That one fucking smacked the fuck out of me. But I don't know. I think you being a minion player, like you like minion builds, I think Chains of Command would be a really easy build for you to get started on any league. Like I said, it does require Chains of Command, which I don't know if there's an easy way to farm it if you wanted to play like Solo Self-Found in a way. Because I don't think there's like a farmable spot for it. I think it's just RNG chance to obtain. So you obtaining it on your own is probably slim to none. But if we could find a way to farm it, that'd be kind of cool. Because then you could easily just start that at the beginning of a league and just fucking rip. All the way to T16, farm currency, and just funnel into a new build that you want to try. Alright, we're just going to back call here instead of going down and getting the last little bit. Because it's not in the mood. Oh, shit, man. Alright. Bam. Bam. Alright, we're gonna go get some more charcoal. This is the problem with doing daily crafts, though. It takes me so long to get the materials, to get my daily crafts done. You have no time for anything else. Like, I haven't got to run any chest runs today. Granted, I spent most of my time in Helio. I haven't done any chest runs yet. But I'm trying to get enough materials for tomorrow's daily craft. Because today's done, but I need stuff for tomorrow. I'm trying to get enough mithril. I need to get to 100 mithril bars. Then I need enough orichalcum bars to go on top of that. If I have enough cinnabar. I need more refining agents because I'm almost out of those. And I need some more charcoal. It's just like, oh, it's so time consuming. Just to get this one done. Now, I feel like the rest of them probably won't be as time consuming because it's one resource. I go and farm a bunch of leathers. Boom, done. I go and farm a bunch of wood. Boom, done. Bunch of harvestables. Done. All right, like those ones are easy. The fucking smelting is the most annoying. Not only do you have to go get the bars, like the ores and stuff, but you also have to get fucking charcoal. So annoying. I wish charcoal wasn't part of the smelting process. Like, I feel like that's just irritating. Or if you needed some sort of fuel source, let me just buy it from a vendor. Like, don't force me to fucking cut trees for it. Like, it's so annoying. So freaking annoying. So, Xander, got a question for you if you're still chilling. Also, like I said, thanks for the follow if you didn't hear me earlier. I appreciate it. Hope you are enjoying the time here. But for New World, you being some sort of a veteran, what in this game do you hate or despise and or wish was, I wouldn't say revamped, but polished in a better way? Like redone so it wasn't so dog shit. What specifically grinds your gears and makes you wish it was better? Like, there's small little things here and there. Like I said, like the fact that you have to refine everything up is really annoying. The fact that you have to use flux to do it all. The fact that you have to have charcoal. Like, none of this is obtainable via vendors. You have to farm it all up. Not so much of a big deal, but it is a little tedious. Wish it wasn't so irritatingly like annoying to farm all the materials. But it slows you down, right? And it spreads out your time and makes you do stuff. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, it could be probably done in a slightly better way. But you know, each their own. It's not too big of a deal. My main gripe with this game, personally, is the combat, and it's not all of the combat. All right, I like the combat mostly to a point. The main thing I hate about the combat is the fact that every single time you attack, whether it's a light attack, a heavy attack, or even an ability, it makes your character move, whether it's forward, backwards, or sideways. And the movement is frustrating. Because not only is your character doing that, but so are the mobs, right? So if you're fighting a mob that every time they attack, they step forward, and every time you attack, you step forward, and you have massive hitboxes for the mobs, it causes this fucking ballerina dance with each other where you're pushing into each other's hitboxes, auto-locking, and hitting each other, and spinning around each other in circles. It's really frustrating. Causing, like, sometimes when you go to hit an ability, you might just miss your attack because it yeets itself fucking away from the mob as you're trying to spin in circles around each other. Kind of irritating. The hitboxes themselves are kind of irritating. Like, I don't mind hitboxes, but I feel like if you dodge roll, it should null and void the hitbox. You should roll through a target, or at least it should, like, force you around a smaller hitbox so you can get out of a situation or get around. So many times in a boss fight, I go to roll to dodge something, and I get stuck on, like, a toe or, like, I don't know, a hip bone or some fucking stupid missile, like, super tiny, minuscule fucking baby Groot or something. And I can't dodge roll, and I just get smacked because my guy didn't move. Even though I'm, like, dodge rolling left or right when I'm against a target. So I'm, like, against this tree, and I try to do, like, not backwards, obviously, sorry. Like you're against a tree and you try and like dodge roll to the right, but for some reason he has like a scale that's sticking out like a millimeter, and it's like your character's like, nah, there's a scale in that way. I can't go that direction. So you don't dodge roll, and then you get fucking squished. And I dislike that every single light attack from a mob is a mini stagger. So if you don't have grit, you get staggered, you get interrupted, you get stunned, and if there's enough mobs hitting you, you either A, get pushed back into a corner and get like surrounded and die, or you just get staggered to death and you can't dodge roll to get away from it, and you're literally staggered to death, or you just obviously are unskilled and, you know, really terrible at the game like I am, and you just get punched 2 or 3 times, you try to dodge roll and you fuck up and you fail and you just die. Why are you writing a novel? It is one thing. It's combat. Like I said, there are the other smaller things, but combat is the one thing that I dislike. I didn't say there's one thing about the combat that I dislike. I said combat. And it all stems from like the constant movement of every attack, comboed with hitboxes and the staggers. One more thing. One more. You know, also, and this, and oh, and then if you also, there's this. Oh, did you think about this? And then there's this. Oh yeah, I forgot. And then there's this one thing. You know. Oh my god. But yeah, I was just kind of curious if you had anything specific that you kind of despised. But I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Give me a second. So I will say, with the caveat to what I just said, that a lot of the things that I dislike about combat are mainly because I am lazy and complacent. So if I wasn't so lazy, if I wasn't so complacent, I would easily be able to get used to the combat and have more experience at it, that these things wouldn't be an issue. That is definitely true. But with the knowledge going forward, knowing that I am lazy and all that, probably never going to change, right? This is what it is. All right, we ran out of flux, which is what I expected, because we haven't been running our chest runs today. But we need to go run some chest runs. We need to go get some more mithril really quick. So let us do that first. We'll grab a little bit of myth, and then we'll do our chest run. And then we'll do another myth at the end of the chest run. And we'll do some crafting. Then we'll do another chest run. Another myth. Rinse and repeat. Climb, please. Also, Edge, do you need any waypoints or anything? Like, I don't mind opening up PoE in the background. I'll use some waypoints when you need them. Oh, I thought that was the last strike. I mean, I don't require assistance, but if you want to come and join, you're more than welcome to. Chest run is really simple. It's faster with a second person, but not necessary per se. I don't remember who said it. Shit. So it was a bigger streamer. I'm trying to remember who said it. I don't. Huh. I want to say maybe it was Datmod said it. No, it wasn't Datmod. Who was it? Bro, now I'm kind of annoyed. There was a specific thing I was gonna bring up. There's a bigger streamer that plays a lot of MMOs, that plays a lot of games, and someone asked them, "Are you gonna play New World before it closes down?" I remember who it was off the top of my head. And they specifically stated, yes, they will play New World before it closes, but they're gonna do it at the last month. So basically, I think they're gonna play it like January, and they're gonna try and get everything done in 1 month. My thought is, you really think you can get everything in in New World done in a month? Like, you have some ambitions. I just can't remember who said it. Yeah, good. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can get to max level in like a day or two. That's whatever. You can get pretty solid gear in another day or two, right? It's not like top tier gear. You could probably get funneled gear from players as well. Like, you can get, you know, you can pretty geared out if people just feed you shit. And if you have lots of people to party with, you can easily run like a lot of muted runs. You can get carried. You can do a bunch of, you know, chest runs. You can do a bunch of shit. You can grind out a lot of stuff in like less than a week. You can get pretty super geared out. But I don't think they want to do everything. I think all they really want to do is I think they just want to do the raids. I think their goal is complete the raids and be like, all right, well, we did everything the New World has to offer. And I'm like, well, what about your professions? What about your trophies? What about, winning some wars, taking over some territory? Like, there's so many other aspects to the game. Like, are you going to do any of that? There's no real everything in the game. The only way you can really say you've done everything that New World has to offer is if you can somehow claim every single territory. Obviously, you can't do that with one guild. I'm pretty sure you have to have like sister guilds to do it. But take over the entire territory of the entire game. Clear every raid. Clear every, muted 3. And do every dungeon. So getting all of your territory standings to 300. Basically, if you can't say you've got 100% of every achievement completed in the game, you can't say you've completed New World. And I don't think anybody in the world has 100% completion. There are some really high tier players that probably are really close, if not actually have obtained 100% completion. But very, very, very few people probably have ever done it. Like, just the 300 territory standing is ridiculous itself. That grind is ridiculous. Like, yeah, it's possible. Especially if you use the auction house. Especially if you have people funneling you materials. But to do it as an Ironman is wild. Feel free to grab all the weird wood you want, Edge. Since I'm not gonna grab any of it. Or the ironwood. Yours as well, mother. Oh. Funny though is there is a dungeon, Edge, that we are gonna have to farm later if I ever plan on making all my trophies, and it's the forge. I think I need 150 of the flame cores to make one of my to make my 3 ultimate trophies. And it's probably one of the most annoying dungeons, specifically for the tank. Like playing it as a person, like as a DPS, isn't too terrible, but as a tank, I've never done it, and it looks awful. Ugh. Gotten barely any flux this so far. It's kind of annoying. Hey. Oh, sorry. I was like missing one. Alright. That cave is done. Oh. Alright. Almost at the halfway mark. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that they need to fix. Like, you shouldn't be able to just jump behind the chests and not take damage. Or like to make them retreat. You should be forced to start to fight them. Or put them against the wall so things can't hide behind them. Like, people can't hide behind them. Oh, someone came through here and grabbed that. Was this you that came through here, Edge? What the fuck? That guy was fucking cruising. Like Silver Surfer action. What the hell? Crazy. Okay, yeah, so someone's running through here grabbing resources. At least not everywhere. They were on the side at least. Maybe they were going... They might have just walked through there to get the elite chest, maybe. Also, Edge, if you want pretty simple farmable materials to craft gear, like if you want to get some of the set pieces or something, or if you want to get muted gear without running muteds, you can actually run chest runs in Reek, and they have those coffers. They're like the one I just opened right here. They have these all over the place. When you open these, you get anywhere from like 10 to 15 of these little marks that you can craft gear with, and they are lootable every hour. So, just an FYI, you could do something like that if you want. Instantly one taps me up my horse. Do the power shot. What are you doing? Oh, you're behind me. I was like, what the hell are you doing? 'Cause on my screen, it's like you're in front of me, even though when I turn my screen, it keeps pointing behind me. Kind of weird. Oh, Edge, you know how it took you forever to get the Soul Warden's Journey music sheet? Someone was in my chat the other night. I guess they've spent 4 years farming for a specific cooking recipe that they finally just got. Took them 4 years to finally get this recipe. You thought I was gonna say I got it? I haven't even tried, man. Wait, see all these like ancient offerings? You loot all these, you get a whole bunch of the materials. They have 190. You can make a whole bunch of gear with that. And you can literally do this every hour. And I'm not even like full looting the zone. I'm just doing what's part of like the chest run I normally would do. And I get a ton of them. I make like anywhere from 8 to 10 crafts every single time I do my loop. Like I said, that's not a lot. That's just extra gear. Especially if you do random muted run boxes. I think it's guaranteed to give you 4 perk slots or something. Which is kind of insane. Following in someone's footsteps, so. Someone's run through here and killed a lot of mobs. Only 63 flux so far. That's really bad. Got a lot of weaving though. I haven't gotten much sandpaper either. Interesting. Right first. I don't know why. So what if I ever open the map while I'm doing it, I have to you wait until you finish the harvest before you close the map. I don't know why it does it. It's like you open this, you press M, and you press M again, and it closes it. But if you press M and you wait for you to get the loot, then you open it, like it's fine. So if you ever want to open the map while you're looting, you have to literally leave the map open until you finish whatever the action you're doing. It's such a stupid thing. Like, why close it? It's not like I'm hitting escape. I'm literally hitting M. Why does it close it? Yeah, it's literally dumb. That is just the stupidest feature I've ever seen in a video game. One of the most useless features I've ever seen. Bro, I was 1 millisecond away from unlocking it. I can look this one. Really want to fight that guy, I'm being honest. I thought he's hard, he's just annoying. Why did I jump? I pressed C. My boy. Don't turn around. Turn the other way. Bro, what are we doing? Turn away from me. Go towards the door. Go towards the door. Go towards the door. Go towards the door. Oh, I thought I was... Ah, I didn't think he was going to throw so fast. I am really annoyed though Doing this chest run, I have actually gotten a couple lumberjack pieces and harvesting pieces to drop, and I have always forgotten to lock them. I've actually lost out on a handful of profession pieces because of it. Kind of annoying. But that's just me being an idiot. Nothing wrong with the game itself. Oh, oh man. All right. So after this chest run, like I said, we got to finish the smelting and stuff that we needed to do. And then we need to work on our woodworking today.
Mahabanti.
I mean, you don't have to fight him. Fucking Ed, bro. Oh shit. Always trying to get hypey with it, bro. Trying to do things different. I hate the knockback that happens. It makes me miss so many shots. Like you hit them with your flail and they just stagger and it just misses the shot. It's so stupid. Yeah, this next chest I usually skip because it's not worth it when you're solo. Because like you have to kill like 5 mobs just to get one small chest. It's like not worth my time. So normally I'd skip this guy. I'd skip this ghost. And the other two explodey guys. But since you're here, I'll grab it. Oh, Edge. You know that thing you have on your stream where you where it pauses your shit and it's like, you're wondering how I got here. You know how you have that thing? I don't know if you like got the idea or you kind of like stole it from somebody else or something. But I was watching Garrett Jobless, you know, YouTuber mostly, and then he streams as well occasionally. He has the same thing, at least the soundboard for it, but he doesn't do the pausing aspect of it. I just thought it was really funny because he messed something up and he played the sound alert for it, and I just laughed. I was like, "Hey, Edge has that." Oh, is it from a TV show? Oh, okay. I just thought it was really funny. It's like he uses it in the same way you use it, where it's like when he messes something up or does something wrong, he's like, "You're wondering how I got here." It just made me laugh because it made me think about you know, when you use it on your stream. I hate it when they're on the stairs because they go intermittently, like reduced 99% damage. Fucking baby Groot. Drop the tree. Back. Richie bitch! What up? Then you cut it right to me! Stop it! Yo. Don't stand next to me. Bad. Bad Edge. Don't stand next to me. Honestly, I didn't think he was that close to me. Why I didn't dodge roll. I just assumed he was further away. It's just so hard to hit mobs when you're on the side. It's so annoying. Like their heads bob, their bodies weave, and they just like jump up and down, and they're sprinting sideways. You gotta time the. It's not like hit scan. You gotta like time the thing. Where you going? Oh, where's that guy going? What's that guy doing? I think they have king. There's one more chest right underneath this too, Edge. What? I like how he went to no damage mode right there. Right when I went to hit him with my power shot. Alright, that's the end of the chest run. I mean, technically there's more chests we could grab in the zone. We wanted to really extend it, but that's basically the chest run I do. It takes about 30 to 40 minutes, depending on if there's other people killing mobs and how many mobs I have to kill and how many chests I have to actually open, like sarcophaguses and stuff, or offerings or whatever they're called. It also speeds up if I don't do the offerings. Oh, I completed some. Daily. Alright. So this is what I think I'm gonna start crafting. Open one random piece of gear with 4 charm slots. And that's what we're gonna start crafting. With our stuff. Alright. There's that. Now let's come over here. Put on smelting outfit. Oh yeah, I got one of my smelting outfits today, Edge. I don't know if you were here for that. I saw someone post in chat, Helio farm. We jumped in on it. And I got a smelter's chest piece. Pretty nice. Got one of the 5 pieces at least from Helio. That's the hardest set to actually farm. Technically there's one other one that's really annoying. Because it's a high level mob. Requires like a group. Yeah, we only got 111 flux from that run. That's actually really terrible. Alright. So with that, we can actually do woodworking too. We have 700 this. So we can just do some regular chopping. Nice, getting those crops, man. Let's go. Get that grind on. That's huge. Get off me. Jesus. And over here is like gobbling on me and shit. Also, I don't even know if I have that. Gobbling these nuts. Got him. I think we head back. I think we just stay here, honestly. We need just chopping. We need to chop. Chop these nuts. Alright, alright. We have a little bit of time waiting on our test run. We'll just farm a whole ton of freaking choppy McChoppies. Um, You think these trees would give a lot more than 22 aged wood. Bro, they're like the size of a skyscraper. That's a big ass young tree too. Holy shit. And it gave 24, which is like equivalent to the tree that I'm gonna get. Like those are 26. What does this get? Now it's 44. So it's like 22. Yeah, like size of the tree like doesn't even fucking matter. So dumb. I mean, it kind of matters, but not really. Okay, so we have a bunch of weird wood. We have a bunch of ironwood to work with. We just need a bunch of basic bitch trees. And we can convert them all up. Hopefully we can hit 250 woodworking at night. I feel like that would be kind of a huge milestone for us. Because then we'd be able to make daily wood crafts, which once again is just going to cut into our daily time that we have to spend doing things. Means we'll have to farm ironwood, we'll have to farm weird wood, we'll have to farm regular trees just to craft the required planks. We gotta farm even more trees to get some charcoal to then make our bars. So it's gonna be like a non-stop thing until we have a bunch of these materials to just craft best in slot gear. So I think the goal right now is get them all to 250 so we can make some daily crafts. And once we have some of the daily crafts, try to make a few best in slot, quote unquote best in slot, like attempt at best in slot tools. And then use those tools to farm materials faster. If we can cut down on our farming time, our daily crafts, leaves more time for chest runs and trophy runs and stuff. I haven't even talked about doing like profession armor grinds either. This tree should give like 1,000 wood. Like, obviously I understand they don't want to do that because they don't want this place to be like overpowered when it comes to tree chopping, but massive ass tree. Yeah, metal crops. Yeah, I was gonna say metal crops are a pain though, aren't they? Because you can only grow them with the insta grows. So I need to actually. Oh, it reminds me. I need to go and spend my gems on buying more of the insta grows so I can stockpile more of them per day. I'm gonna need a ton of those. I just find it wild that once you get to metal trees or metal seeds, that you can't actually grow them without insta-grows. It just seems dumb. Can they truly not grow without insta-grows? Then that's just fucking stupid. What do you mean plots is more important? What do you mean? Alright, good enough. Yeah, but I mean, like, let's say you had every plot unlocked. If you have to rely upon insta-grows to even grow the metal ones, what's it matter on how many plots you have? Because one insta-grow is only going to do one column, right? And if you had every row full of every column, you'd have to use an insta-grow in every column anyway to get them to grow. It's not like they grow on their own. You still have to use insta-grows on each plot. Or each column, I should say, of plots. So that's why I just find that to just be dumb. Metals? Wait, what are you talking about metals? Okay, now you even lost me even further. Now you're talking fucking gibberish again. We do have shopping box. Oh, we got a bunch of boxes too. Alright. Forgot I unlocked all those. So we'll do the chopping box. Didn't get what we wanted. Do the rest of the chopping boxes over here. Get some mats. It's not gonna give us low tier mats. It'll give us a bunch of rune wood. Oh, metal crops. Gotcha. When you said metals, I thought there was something else than what we were talking about. But I got you. Okay. Give me a pattern. Give me a pattern. Give me a pattern. Give me a damn pattern. Fucking game is rigged. Alright. So this is a food section. Get rid of the cooking stuff. Go up here, get rid of the arcana. Go here to get rid of all that. Then we got metal. Okay. Metal, okay. Good enough. What else do we have weight in? I mean, we have a little bit of weight here, so we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. Oh yeah, and there was that. Where's the 600 weight coming from? I mean, we have a lot of this stuff. This is crazy. A lot of this stuff is unnecessary, like taking up weight for no reason. That's only 200 pounds. Oh, it's his weapons. Okay. Fuck it. I mean, we can look at these ones, I guess. Yeah, I don't like shriekings. Thundering strikes aren't too terrible. I feel like it's best for light attack spamming than it is anything. Shrieking, flame assuming. Okay, so let's just get rid of all that. I mean, we could look to see if they have 4 offensive perks while we're at it. I just don't know how to tell if it's an offensive perk when it has perks inside it. That's double, but it doesn't have anything else. I feel like these aren't... finding 4 perks on any of these is like probably not going to happen. Let's get rid of these. That's a lot of the weight that we were missing. I'm not seeing where the rest of the weight is. Was it like 100? $400, like 50, so that's like 500 pounds. Like, okay, so that's about right then. Okay. So we're a little bit better off. All right. Time for chopping. All right, let's go to I think Eat and Grow is a pretty good. I like this place is pretty good. Got Weirdwood, but we're not gonna take the Weirdwood. I wish chopping trees gave faction rep. Not faction rep, but territory standing. I think the first tool I should make is a hatchet. Because I chop trees more than I chop anything. I need trees for making the planks. I need trees for smelting. It's like a double dip on trees. I think getting a good tree chopper would be great. Speeding up our tree chopping and getting more yield would be really worth it. Tempted to try and force EXP. Because I can get more proficiency levels, I can get more boxes. More boxes means more chances at the logging outfit for more yield as well. If I can increase our yield significantly, I can reduce how much time we have to spend actually chopping trees. So efficiency and yield is really what we're shooting for here. So did you do much wrapping this week, mate? For mediocrity buff? I'm honestly shocked that the mediocrity buff for next week is gonna be damage instead of worship points. I feel like double worship points means further worship waves, and more worship waves means more overall souls, and a slight increase in the MSA or whatever it's called. I'm actually shocked that damage won. Could have sang a song. Oh man. Go ahead. What are you doing still awake? I just happened to see you're still in the game. What are you doing? You've been staying up late lately. Everything okay? Still giving that 10%? A little messed up? I think it's a lot of messed up. Still think I get way more wood and just running around this edge of Everfall. There's just so many trees there. I mean, granted, Windsward is kind of like the same thing, I think. It's like a loop around Everfall. I'm getting like 2,000 young wood, 1,500 freaking aged wood. And we have a decent amount of green wood, which is fine. I think our aged wood is really far behind. I just feel like, is there just not as many trees here? Or is it like yielding less? Like, I don't know, it just feels weird. I mean, it's not bad for like a secondary spot while you wait on Everfall to respawn, but maybe it's just not nearly as much. And there's actually mobs in the way. Yeah, I didn't even get 500 aged wood. I didn't even hit 400 aged wood. Granted, I will say Everfall has a lot of mature trees in comparison to young trees. Because you want 4 times the young trees as you do with mature trees. And it's more like 2.5 times. Or maybe like 1.5 times. I don't even think it's 2 times, because I usually end up with like 2,500 young wood or something close to like 2,000 or something. And then mature trees I'm at like almost 2,000 as well. It's almost 50-50. Everfall. Oh, it's good, but lakes. Oh man. Then we'll go do a chest run. More reagents. Why you blame me? Don't blame me. I tell you to go to bed. You like, but. And then I'm like, oh, hey, could you help me with this? It's not all my fault.
But I would say it's maybe 60-40, my fault. Because I stay up late to play video games, you know, because I'm a late owl, you're not. So I'm a bad influence, and I kind of influence you to stay up later to play with me, and then I'm like, hey, you want to help me with this? Hey, you want to help me with that? Hey, you want to actually have fun doing this? You want to do this? You want to do that? Yeah, I was gonna say, since I'm already awake, yeah, exactly. Not my fault. You can't blame me. We are almost to hundo. All right, let's go do the chest run. No blamerino over hero. Can and I do, and I will. Yeah, I need to do that eventually. I feel like outfitting's not too terrible because isn't it armor smithing? Right? Isn't it? Yeah, isn't it armor smithing or armoring? I feel like that's not too bad because you can do leather, you can do thread, and you can do ores. So you can do the first time crafts for both places. So you have the heavy plate that you can craft. Oh, it's not ready yet. Interesting. You have the heavy plate. So like if we look at this, you have you can actually craft these? Wait, what? Wait, since when? Yo, wait, what? I'm gonna have to check that out. I'll have to check that out. If you can craft those, that's wild. Anyway, so you got like the regular common shirts, right, that are made of linen, right? But then you get the leather versions, right? And then you got the medium plate, like the chainmail, and then you got like the actual plated. So you got 4 types of armors that you can craft. And if you do all the first time crafts, right? So you do like this craft, then you do this craft, and then you do that craft, and then you do that craft, and then you do this craft, right? Like you have so many first time crafts to do. It makes that easy. Oh, you need it. Wait, no. How do you get the blueprint though? Because like the smelting outfit, right? The smelter's thing right here. How do you get the out you can get this as a drop, but how do you get the pattern? You know what I'm saying? Like how do you get the pattern? Hold on. I'm gonna Google this. I didn't know. So smelters. It is from a pattern. You're not wrong. Like I'm looking at it right here. It's from the pattern. How do you get the pattern? Oh. Oh. So that's insane. So every single one of the crafting outfits can be crafted if you get the pattern from the level up box. Interesting. Okay, that makes this so much better.
Because it's dropped by specific people, right? Like this guy, he's probably not that hard. Level 67. Okay, maybe he is. Yeah, he's one of the 800,000 HP guys. So like I said, the smelter's outfit is hard. It's all helio. But if you can just level up smelting and get a pattern and make it, that's really nice. And some of the other ones like the armorer shoes, like some of these armoring pieces are pretty easy. The Skinner ones are pretty easy. Tanner one, like most of these are really easy to farm. That's all right. That's a really nice change. I like that because that wasn't a thing before. Like I said, even before, you didn't used to have the other profession yield outfits, like the chopping and the weaving. It used to only be the mining outfit. And I guess they realized, hey, that's really fucking dumb. So they added the other yield outfits to the other professions, which made things so much better because now you can have the profession outfit with yield for every single one of them. And that's what I'm shooting for. I've been getting so flippin' unlucky with that. Like, my mining is like proficiency level like 37 or something. Like, what is mine? 41, and I've gotten one pattern. One pattern. Either I'm getting absolutely cucked in RNG, which I normally do, or it's got a really bad drop chance. Probably just got a really bad drop chance, and I'm getting cucked. Okay, I missed everything. Jesus. I'd really like to get some freaking trophy pieces. I got one trophy item the other day. I don't even know what it's for. It might be cooking. I don't know. I also need to come up with a better luck set too. Because I would like a luck set with leech on it. Purely so like when I'm doing stuff like this, I'm doing my chest runs, I have sustain when I'm fighting mobs. Because I don't have leech on my actual weapons, and I'm relying upon it to be on my gear. I need to get slightly better luck gear. But luck just seems hard. You get another rabbit's foot? Hey, Journal of Flora. What's that one? I think I just got another one, but I don't know what it's for. This one. Harvesting trophy. Okay. Okay. Got another rabbit's foot. That's what I'm... Bro, that's fucked. I almost feel like I need to finish my rabbit's foot farm. So I can get my luck trophies down. I need more luck doing my large chest runs for trophy farm, right? But I also need to get 250 refining stats, like in all the refining stats. So I feel like maybe I do the refining first while I'm doing chest runs because I need refining agents, and then I do my damn rabbit's feet. I'm getting the purples, which is actually kind of nice. I'm not getting the legendary pieces for the trophies, but I am getting a couple purple. I've gotten 2 purple trophy components. What the? The guy is literally point blank. How am I missing? Jesus. Oh, that's kind of nice. It's just with how rare the legendaries are, I feel like even if I was to get all of the purple ones, I would get with extra purple ones by the end of it because I still need the legendary ones. I feel like it doesn't even matter that I'm getting the purple ones. Granted, purple's better than not having a purple, right? So having a tier 2 trophy is better than not being stuck with a tier 1 trophy, I guess. Why are you walking to the left? I'm dumb. I think the problem is, yes, I've killed 2,000 rabbits, but I haven't killed the rabbit. I've been skinning the rabbits with my skinning outfit on, so my luck is relatively low. Like, yeah, I have 500 dex most of the time when I'm killing them, unless I'm in like my mining outfit or something. So I only have 10% chance, like 10% luck, which isn't even 10% chance. It just unlocks the ability to, I think, get the rabbit's feet, but it's not a high enough chance to actually get it. I don't think. Okay. Thank God. Thanks, guy. Okay. Not getting that, I guess. Jesus. You did not like the fact that I was grabbing that chest. Alright. We can talk about it another time. Motherfucker, what a wall. Yeah, I was really hoping to get like loaded dice or stacked decks, because then I can at least have like a tier 2 luck trophy. If I can get my luck, like I think if I get my luck trophies rolling, it'll give us a decent amount of increase to our just overall luck, plus our luck gear. Maybe the trophy components will come more easily. That's the thought. And then I'll just have to buy my 3 houses because I have enough gold for 3 houses. I'm pretty sure I have the quest for 50% off the first one, and then I have way more than enough for all 3 of them. I have like 80k. I can buy all 3 of the houses, and I can put the 3 luck trophies in it and get the actual buff of the luck trophies, which would be pretty nice. And then still have to do chest runs so we can get the rest of the trophies up and running. But then we need to start working towards ultimate trophies, which basically requires me to farm furnishing to max level. It requires me to get shit tons of gold. I need like, technically I need 900,000 gold to do all ultimate trophies, but 300,000 for the first three, 300,000 for the second set of three, and then so on. I'm not really worried about farming the crafting trophies because the odds of us getting all the crafting trophies ultimated is pretty slim. We're a lot more likely to get the harvesting trophies, or the gatherable trophies, and the combat trophies are guaranteed. We're gonna get the combat trophies ultimated, but once again, that requires us to. The stagger has interrupted 2 of my shots. Putting a big damper and actually killing this. Oh, I thought he was gonna move. Hit shift. And you still didn't fucking move. What I mean about the combat, dude, is so bad. You hit shift, you fucking stand there, you get whacked, and your character doesn't even move after getting whacked. He just staggered and fucking dazed and just standing there like a fucking idiot. Gets smacked again. Ugh, so annoying. I wish I had just enough. I wish I had enough damage to like one-shot these guys. If I had a good hammer, I could probably one-shot them. I kind of still want to get Mjolnir for fighting ancients as well. But yeah, I think the furnishing leveling is gonna suck, which is why I want to get the engineering one done first. Because if we can get the engineering one done and we can get the refining profession boxes, thingy majiggies, outfits, I think furnishing won't be so bad. I think he's gonna respawn. I think the furnishing won't be so bad if we had that, because we would have more materials per hour. You know, we'd have more conversion of our materials. So it'd be 2 things in one, right? More materials per hour from having better tools, and then more materials per hour for better conversions or procs. So up quite a bit, I think. And then I think the one thing that would hold us back is if we were to make instruments, which would require fishing. So we would have to do some fishing to get the catfish and the slimes or whatever, which is fine. And I guess if we just did one-time crafts instead of spamming them, it wouldn't be too difficult. But we would still have to farm a ton of raw mats just to do certain spammable crafts to hit certain breakpoints, obviously, as well. So it's definitely not going to be easy. But I think as long as we avoid doing the fishing grind for it, we won't be as bad off. Because last time we did it, and we did a fishing grind, to max level, that was rough. Doing fishing to 250 fucking furnishing was fucking atrocious. And we definitely overfished because we over leveled furnishing by a lot. But I think that's also a good thing because if you... Okay, I didn't expect him to actually get that shot off. Can I... I'm holding E, game! Was not expecting that to kill me. If I'm being completely honest. I thought I was going to kill him before he shot me. But yeah, what I was saying is like the overleveling was actually kind of good. It's up here. Because if you overlevel and you get the proficiency boxes have a chance to give you the trophy pieces and at least extra chances at it. But I don't know if it's worth doing that over chest runs because you have to spend so much time farming the mats to then make a like craft a whole ton of things to then get one box. Like a few first I think 25-30 levels isn't too bad with the proficiency boxes because the proficiency levels are pretty easy. But I feel like after the first like 25-30 levels, it gets so time consuming to farm that much materials to get one level or one chance at a trophy component when you could just say, hey, let's go hit one chest. I don't know. I think it's just much better to do it the other way. Yeah, we'll probably just do chest runs at that point instead of over leveling. Maybe if I died to that guy, it's kind of frustrating, but it is what it is. This fucking sun is driving me insane. I do like how I killed him though at the same time. Oh, just jump down. Yeah, that's the problem with the archers though, is like they just do so much organic damage. Especially with their power shots or their ability shots. Those things just hit fucking hard. And it's the same thing we were saying about like actual ranged DPS as a DPS class. Like the ranged weapons do a lot of damage per hit. But it's meant to do a lot of damage to make up for the fact that if you miss, you have lost so much DPS in comparison to like a melee attack. I feel like that's why the range does so much damage per hit in comparison to like a regular melee attack. Plus you also are doing heavy attacks most of the time anyway. I mean, that makes up for it too. You do heavy attacks with melees and you do more damage, obviously, but I don't know. Just feel like this fucking sun is so blinding. That's just crazy. Can't see fucking jack all, dude. So fucking blinding. Okay. Furnishing is gonna be a fun one, that's for sure. I can't help it, dude. It's like a bug going into a bug light. No, it's like you can't really help it. You just see this beautiful light and you just have to walk into it. Fucking 5th time's a charm to fucking hit this dude. Which makes sense now. Yeah, I'm like a fucking mosquito. You know, just flying right into the fucking bright light. Yo, what up, Giggle? How's life, man? Mad? Nah, I just get a little irritated with certain things in this game. This doesn't make any sense half the time. Like some of the coding just fucking dog shit. Or some of the decisions they make for aspects of the game just don't make sense. Yo, Giggle. How close are you to level 13 shiny frog vial after this week? You out, Topher? Alright, man, I appreciate you. Take it easy. Appreciate you being here. Work sucks. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, my kind of job is really niche. It's kind of hard to find something like I got, honestly. Kind of just falls into your lap if you're lucky. I mean, you could probably do like help desk from home, Topher, but I wouldn't call that chill. Because you're constantly on the phone talking to people, listening to them fucking bitch and complain. You might as well just be a fucking therapist. But you make decent money. I think starting wage for like a help desk person at like some generic like ISP or something like that is like $15 to $18 an hour or something like that. I mean, it depends on where it's at, Edge. If you do internal help desk, it's actually pretty chill. If you do external help desk, God help you. I mean, if you can get lucky and get like a data entry job, those are pretty chill. Because a lot of those data entry jobs are like, hey, here's a bunch of data. I need you to import it from here to here. And it's a lot of manual inputs, right? So you have to like take data from one place, read it, and then re-input it into another database. Or it's like physical copies of paperwork that has to be transposed from physical copies into the actual computer. So they need people to manually type it in. And those can be pretty chill jobs. They don't got in support. You ain't wrong, man. I mean, I did help desk Edge for a little while. I mean, I would have kept the job, but I was a temp. I was working for like one of those temp agencies. I was a temp. I did it for like 3 months. I worked help desk for internal help desk for a company. So people would put in tickets, be like, hey, you know, I need to connect to the printer or blah, 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 you know, and I'd call them up and be like, hey, what's the issue? I'd read on the ticket, X, Y, and Z is the problem. Can you give me a little more information? Or I ask them some questions and I figure it out. And then I help them with their issue. And it wasn't too bad. I only had a couple times where I had a dick face for someone asking for something and I put them in their place real quick. But I mean, it was a lot better dealing with internal people that work for the company than it is like dealing for external. Because that was my thing. It's like, I'll do help desk, but it has to be internal. You've returned. Thank you. Yeah, it's never fails. Giggle, you come in either right when an ad's about to start almost every time. It's crazy. But Giggle, I was asking right before you got hit with the ad hammer. How close are you to getting your shiny frog vial completed after this week? Did you make any progress, or did you say fuck that shit a long time ago and you're not touching it? You don't give no fucks about shiny frog vial. Shiny frog vial can fucking suck it. That's my thoughts, but I'm still working towards it. It's not impossible. It's very improbable, but it's not impossible. It's years. It's years of 20-minute claims. And during this week alone, Giggle, I think I've obtained about almost 10 million shiny frogs. Or close to 10 million. And in theory, I should have just green stacked them instead of using them. But I did level up my vial to level 10. Which, like I said, I think better bang for my buck would have been just keeping it for a green stack. Because a green stack would have been more beneficial than a few levels on my shiny frog vial. Shoot, please. But yeah, you're not wrong. Like, without the multiplier from mediocrity, the amount of frogs you get or the amount of shinies you get per hour is so bad. But like, I'm getting I think it's like 70,000 shiny frogs per 20 minutes or something like that right now. Like, I would have killed that guy twice if I didn't miss. And I wouldn't have taken that extra hit. That's kind of why I was curious, Giggle. If, like, you already, like, put that shit on the shelf a long time ago and said, fuck that, ain't doing it. Or if you saw the mediocrity bonus and was like, you know what? We'll work towards it. Kind of thing. Yeah, I mean, I looked at Arlong's, I looked at you, and I looked at a couple other top, like, leaderboard people's. And I saw that none of you have even, like, really pushed it. So I kind of surmise that no one really gives a shit about... Can you fucking just shoot the bow? Please! God, dude. Oh my God. I'm gonna fucking snap. It just won't fucking pull the trigger. He just pulls the bow back and looks at the fucking guy, gets staggered, re-pulls the bow back, stares at the dude, fucking re-pulls the bow back and stares at him some fucking more. Like, just fucking pull the trigger. It's not that damn hard. Ah. Just a slow, steady squeeze, man. Not like we're asking a lot of you. Alright, loot this, thank you. It's funny too, Giggle, it's like, I sound mad, and I'm not per se I'm not mad, but I'd say I'm more like just irritated or frustrated that something's not working the way it should, right? I'm literally hitting left click, and this is what it should do. You see how I'm just shooting the fucking arrow? Because I'm left clicking? Sometimes, I don't know why, I'll be sitting there fighting a mob, and my character will just look at him. I'm hitting left click, I'm tapping it, I'm clicking it, spam clicking it, and nothing is happening. He's just not shooting any arrows. And I think it's either A, he's shooting them, but the graphic is just not going off or something, and I'm just somehow blatantly shooting through him and missing. Or B, he's just like, he's in like some weird animation glitch where he can't shoot. For some apparent reason. It's a good game. Don't knock it. It's good. You know, it's like skim milk, you know? It's not for everybody. But it's not bad. Jesus. No, it has a 1,000 players because they announced that they're shutting the game off. That's why it has no players. They have discontinued this game. So, in the beginning of January, they said, hey, we're not giving you any updates going forward. What you have right now is what you're going to have for forever. And, we plan on leaving the game up until, you know, the end of the year. but we don't know what we're going to happen after that. And then at the end of January, they stated that the end of life shutoff date for New World was January like 27th of 2027 or something like that. So we have literally a year, a little less than a year now, before they shut the servers off. And people quit at the beginning of January with the announcement that there was no new content coming out. Like, we went from 50, 60,000 concurrent players on at a time in the beginning of, like, through December and into January. Back down to, like, 2,000 players. Like, within a 3-day period, it went from 50,000 down to 1,000. Like, that's how fast people left when they saw that announcement. And that 20,000, it's only showing like the average for that time period. But if you actually were playing at the time and you checked the Steam charts, like at the time, they were much higher. But then if you look back at the Steam charts, it averages it out. Because, like I said, everybody left so fast. So it's just giving you the average. Like, it was up to 50,000, and then it was like for the rest of the month or the rest of the week or whatever, it was like really low. So it's like, it kind of skewed the numbers though. But yeah, we had 50, 60,000 players on the release of this update. It was booming. But I will say, with the added caveat, before this, they were averaging like peaks of like what, 5,000, 8,000 players, with a consistent average player base of probably like 2,000 to 5,000 players on an average regular day. That was like probably their average player base between content releases and stuff, which isn't great. But if you compare that to the Steam charts of the other games that they're competing with, it's on par with them, right? You compare them to the Steam charts for Guild Wars 2 or the Steam charts for Final Fantasy 14 or Albion or any of those other ones, they all roughly have the same amount of player base. Some are like, you know, peaking around 15,000 and like averaging like on the off hours like 5,000 or 6,000. You know, they're most of them are around that period. So I feel like New World being into like the 2,000 to 5,000 range on off peak time, like nighttime, like I am, specifically through Steam charts, is actually a viable game, right? Because it's competing with the other games already that are better, and the player base difference isn't too big of a difference. I feel like it was doing well. Now, I'm not saying it was a good game. I love this game when it comes to its professions. Combat, on the other hand, is kind of meh. I would give the combat like a 4 out of 10, but I'd give the crafting and gathering and stuff like that like an 8 out of 10. So the crafting and gathering part of the game is actually what kind of makes the game tolerably decent. Supposedly the PvP is actually wild, but I hate PvP, so I can't even speak to that. But like I said, overall, it's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's just it has to hit that itch that you're looking for in a video game, and it doesn't hit that for a lot of people, which is why the player base is relatively low, on top of the fact that most people already play WoW, Guild Wars 2, Final Fantasy 14, Albion Online, fucking ESO, RuneScape, like all these other game companies have already taken like a huge portion of players that they're not going to leave their game that they love to play a game that's not as enjoyable to them, right? But all the players that were playing New World are now playing those games, so the numbers on those games have gone up. But you also, like I said, we're talking specifically Steam charts. This game is also on console, which isn't tracked via Steam. And that's the same thing that can be said for Guild Wars 2 that has a standalone client, Final Fantasy 14 that has a standalone client, Albion Online I think has a standalone client. Some of these games are also played on console, so they just can't rely purely on Steam charts for the actual player bases and stuff. But at the same time, like I said, if we compare the Steam charts for Steam charts across the games, they're relatively the same. Like I said, I'm not arguing that the game is good. I'm just saying the game isn't it's not terrible. It's just People were like, oh, it's a bad game. It had bad launch. It was terrible at launch. It was terrible at this, but it's gotten better. Like, we can say the same thing about Final Fantasy 14. That game was absolutely fucking dreadful at launch. They actually nuked that game with an actual in-game meteor to restart the game and recreate it to actually make it good. Same thing with ESO. ESO was so bad at launch, and it's gotten so good over the years because of all the extra content releases they have added to the game. So it's like, just because the game was bad at launch doesn't mean they haven't done good things to make the game better. Just saying. That's all I'm trying to say, right? I want to defend it to a point, but at the same time, like, you can only defend it so far before it's like, yeah, you're beating a dead horse, you know what I mean? Alright, so we need to go and hit the Mithril really quick. Then we need to do a iron run, so because we need some more iron and we need more star metal, and then we need to do another fucking run. I'm not gonna lie, I think more people play this game on console than they do on PC. Like, even before the game went to shit, I think more people play it on console than they do on PC. I'm being truthful, in my opinion here. Like, I'm not trying to, like, blow smoke or make some shit up. I honestly wholeheartedly believe it. Because a lot of people played it through the Game Pass. They played it through whatever the comparison of the Game Pass is on PlayStation. You know, they had the passes and they just got to play it via that. It's a bad game. I would say it's a mediocre game. Like I said, if you take the good parts with the bad parts and you mesh them together, you get an average game. You don't get an above average game and you don't get a good game, but you don't get a bad game. I would say it's just a mediocre, middle of the pack, 5 out of 10 game. It's decent. It just depends on what you're looking for out of a game, right? If you want a lot of PvP with some kind of, I would say, subpar combat to a point, I think 6 out of 10, probably better. But let's say if your goal is PvP and gathering / crafting, this game is like a 9 out of 10 for you. But if you want PvE content purely, this is not the game for you. This game has such bad PvE content, it's not worth playing. If you want PvE combat with PvE content, don't play the game. It's like a 3 out of 10. But if you want any type of like decent profession, grinding, gathering, crafting system, 8 out of 10. If you want PvP, like guild versus guild kind of content, taking over territory and fighting each other for zones and wars and stuff like that, this game is probably like an 8 out of 10 for that as well. So if that's what you're looking for, great. But if that's not what you're looking for, don't play it. You got sucked into a hyper focus? What are you talking about? What were you hyper focusing on? It's just like Eidolon. If you don't like idle games, you're not gonna like Eidolon, right? It's an RPG, it's an MMO, but it's an idler. So if you don't like idle games, don't play the game. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna enjoy it. You know what I mean? Crafting? Oh, you got sucked in. Oh, the armoring crafting? Yeah, you can be there for fucking ever, bro. It's just gonna take you a long fucking time to get done. All right, we don't need to actually turn this in, but we do need to drop some stuff off at storage. We have some space. We're gonna do an iron run real quick. What? Oh, we didn't even do that with mining outfit on. That was bad. It's fine. Let's set this up really quick. And I do agree, Giggle, that a 5 out of 10 game will never succeed in the long run. It just won't ever hold enough players or get enough revenue to like stay relevant. But I will say there's a lot of 5 out of 10 games out there that are still active with small amounts of player base. Like, they have a small community of players. No matter what happens to the game, they will always keep that small core group of player base. That's just the nature of like games. They always hit a certain like itch for certain people, and those certain people will always play the game. That was like this game, right? The wars is what people played this game for. What people did every day they logged in. They fought wars, they PvP'd against them, guild versus guild stuff, taking over servers, and that's what they enjoyed about the game. You know, people that play Final Fantasy 14, they play it for different reasons. Whether they play it for the weird black market kind of weird ERPing in the background of the slums of wherever those places are, doing weird strip joint stuff and feeling like I'm in Goldshire all over again. Like unless whether you're doing that or you're doing like ultimate raids or you're doing professions and gathering and stuff. Like it just depends on what you're looking for. That game obviously is a lot higher of a ranking in my opinion than New World. I would say overall, I've never actually played it, but from what I've seen played and talked to people and watched, it looks like it's a good 7 or 8 out of 10 overall game. Like I don't see very many things that are typically bad about it. Maybe there's some like weird nuances with it that maybe aren't super enjoyable once you like get into it, but like, overall it looks like a pretty solid good game with decent in-game loops. World of Warcraft, another one, really solid. There's not a lot wrong with it, other than it just gets boring. Like I played that game for so many years, I just can't fucking play it anymore. Like it just can't. Can't do it anymore. It's oh my god, it hurts my fucking soul. What? Uh, what was it doing? Came in here for something. Oh yeah, my sword. But like I said, like every MMO has its niches, right? It has its ups and its downs, right? Like, just really depends on what you're looking for. Like RuneScape, for example, it doesn't have great group PvP. Its group PvP is pretty much non-existent, but it's got great skilling. It's got great grinding. It's got great crafting. It's got pretty good bossing. Single player PvP is tolerable. It's overall a decent game. Same thing with WoW. Like it's got great group PvP, great single player PvP. Got good raids, good dungeons. Its professions are kind of just mediocre at best. It just really depends on what you're looking for out of a game, honestly. Yo, thanks for the hydrate, mate. Let's go. Oh yeah, I leveled up my faction a handful of times when we were doing Dungeons Edge. I would like to try to get some of the lower level dungeons done so I can get some of these quests off my board. Because, like I said, I have that Starstone Burrows quest, which I think eventually daisy chains into Depths and then Dynasty and then into the level 60 dungeons. I'm not 100%, but I think so. I would like to get that one off my list so I don't have to I don't have to look at it anymore. But probably just to get a third player, obviously. Going to bed now? Yeah, it's all good. I'll be around tomorrow. I'll talk to you then. Like I said, if you want to talk more about the chains of command maybe tomorrow or this weekend, let me know. I'm around. It's easy. Bye bye bye. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, I agree with you, Dig, to a point, or Giggle to a point, that 5 out of 10s aren't good games and they probably don't succeed very well, but they do have a niche amount of player base. There's even games that are worse than 5 out of 10s that still live, that are just fucking dreadfully terrible, but have such a small niche community that just it never dies. And obviously someone's 3 out of 10 and someone else is 10 out of 10. So I mean, everybody's got different preferences. So like if I call this game a 5 out of 10, someone else might call it an 8 out of 10 because they only do the things that they like, and the things that they like, the game does well. All right, I'll be right back. I need to go check on something. Give me just like, yeah, that's what I'm saying, Doug. Giggle. It's like some people look at Eidolon and they're like, oh, dog shit game, 0 out of 10. But then people that like the game, you know, they're gonna give it an 8 out of 10 because they like things about it. And then there's the realistic people that they like playing the game, but they know it's like a 5 out of 10, right? Something like that. I don't know. It's all perspective. Everybody's got a different perspective. Everybody's got different likes and dislikes. So that's why like movies when they're rated, it's like, oh, I'll give this movie an 8 out of 10. But you watch and you're like, bro, that movie was fucking horseshit, and you just never want to watch the movie again. But other people loved it, right? That's why like when someone says a movie's good or bad, I take it with a grain of salt because what they like might not be what I like, and vice versa. It's the same thing with games. It just depends on what you want to do. Like, for example, Black Desert Online, right? It's open world PvP. I despise open world PvP, but I love Black Desert. And then other people, they don't like Black Desert because they've been killed in the open world randomly multiple times, and they're like, "Oh, this is stupid. I constantly keep getting killed by people." But yet, I've played. Okay, we'll lower the numbers down because most of my hours are AFK. I would say I've actively played BDO for maybe 3 to 5 thousand hours, and I think I've been killed less than 10 times in 3,000 plus hours. So I can realistically say, from my perspective, the open world PvP isn't that much of a problem. But other people are like, bro, what are you talking about? I've got killed like 100 times in the first 10 minutes of playing the game. And I'm like, I don't know what fucking game you're playing. I don't know what you're doing to piss people off, but I've never died that much. Ever. But I said, everybody has a different experience too. Whether they get into a really bad situation, they're in a really bad area, someone really screws them over. Like, it's like when I started when they re-released Vanilla WoW. I got into it with a bunch of buddies, and I was having a good time for the first like 2 or 3 days, and then I got into an argument with the guy, and everybody disappeared, and my enjoyment in the fucking vanilla completely disappeared. So I went from having a 10 out of 10 experience to having a 1 out of 10 experience because I didn't have anybody to play with, and there was nothing to do. It was really boring. It was really uninspiring, and I just didn't have a good time anymore. So it's like the ratings of games are so subjective to changing just depending on your situation in the game, sometimes your situation in real life, the things you're looking to achieve or to acquire, the RNG that happens, the drama, the bullshit, what the game has to offer versus what you're looking for at that current time. So I don't know, I try to be somewhat objective about it and look at the things that I dislike from a perspective of, if you were to like that thing, is it good or bad? I try to look at things that I like, that since I like them, I'm a little biased towards them. I try to not be biased. I try to think about it in terms of, if you didn't like doing this, how much fun would this be to do? And I try to rate it based off of that. And obviously I still have my own unconscious bias when it comes to things. That's why I say I love this game, but I also dislike this game, just like BDO. BDO is my favorite MMORPG of all time, but I hardly ever play it because I also dislike it. And it's not that I dislike it for any particular reason other than there's way too much grinding in it, which is what ruins the game. It's a double-edged sword. It's what makes it fun, but also what makes it bad. And then New World, once again, the thing that makes it good, which is its open world kind of just fluid combat motion and movement and gathering and crafting and all the stuff that you can do just fluidly moving around the game, is also one of the reasons why it sucks. It's so like clunky to a point and slow and sluggish, and it just feels unoptimized. But it's also what makes it fun. Like, not the fact that it's slow, clunky, and all the other stuff, but that aspect of the game to be able to move around the way we do and interact with the world the way we do. It's just, I don't know. Anyway, let me go check out something real quick. Right back. Oh, sorry, I'm back. Yeah, another example I have, Giggle, is let's take Ashes of Creation, for example. The game has such high potential, but the shit that they put into things, man, so bad. Like, on paper, theoretically, the idea that they had is a good idea, but the way they implement it is so bad. 35k stamp levels, that's insane. Oh, Giggle. Actually completed almost every quest on my first character. Remember how we talked about it that other day? And you're like, yeah, that's going to take you, like, I don't know, a year to do. I did it that weekend. And the only quests that I haven't completed yet are stuff that I'm just behind in because I haven't been doing the certain skill. Or I'm waiting for a reprint week where we get the like AFK gain bonuses or whatever from the weekly bonus. So I can do a reprint. Because I have to do the pens print for World 3. For one of the quests in World 3. So I can finish up the World 3 quests. So that's one that I'm waiting to complete. But I can show you. I did a pretty good job. I think I did a good job, at least. At least for me. I did a pretty good job. And I know it was your, like, your voodoo magic trying to, like, force me to do it without forcing me to do it. But, like, the World 1, done. World 2, done. And then, like I said, World 3, I can't do this one, right? Because I need to get, like, a few of these, like, completion things. So I can, like, work my way down, right? So this one's waiting on this one. Which this one's waiting on me to get a pen sample of 20. Which if I do a reprint, I need to do all my reprints. Because I'm not going to reprint now while I'm waiting and lose out on all my print bonuses. So then I can work my way down this list. And then once that's done, you know, this one I can finish. I can go and finish this one. But this one's this one I need to do so I can finish this one. Is it? Yeah, what's the other one? Is this, I don't know what this one wants. Like 4 little things. Idle with snot. I don't know what that means. Idle with LH. Don't know what that means. Really? Oh, that's awful. Anyway, so I have that one to do so I can finish this one, and then that one I can finish. And then World 4 is done. World 5, I'm on the one where I have to get the kettle cape again. So then we'll have that one done. And then World 6, we're on the one that I need to get crops because I haven't been working on my farming at all. And then World 6, or World 7, this one's a million gold food. Since I'm not gold food farming, I pretty much, you know, non-existent. And then this one I have to do more spelunking. So I've pretty much done almost everything on my first guy. So I feel pretty happy with getting what I did get done after, you know, your indirect push that you gave me. On 16 hours. That's rough. Yeah, for a few days. Not gonna lie though, after I did those quests, it made me kind of not want to play the game for a while. So I've been pretty lax about it since. Other than like paying attention and trying to do my 20-minute claims this week, I haven't been putting too much effort in. Yeah, that's what he was saying, mate. You guys were an ad though. Oh. All right. Yeah, I really hope that I'm really curious actually, I should say, that the Facebook CEO, I'm curious on what game company he's talking to about what game. Because I know last month he put in the Twitter post that he was offering New World 25 million for New World, right? But then a day or two after Ashes of Creation announced that they were basically going bye-bye, there was a post that he posted like after that that stated that he was in talks with an unknown company about an unknown game. And I'm curious on what game it is. I don't know if it's just a follow-up to the New World comment that he did, or is he actually trying to get Ashes? I'm kind of curious. So we won't know for a while, but that'd be interesting. Yo, what up, Skills? What's going on, my friend? How's life? What you been up to? Are you talking about the one where you have like archetypes and stuff, and you like as you level, you get like a random choice of an of like a skill level up or something? I think I've seen commercials for something like that. Like every time you level, you get like an option of like 3 skills to choose from or something. Oh, it just came out. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't really like playing on private servers, so I don't really pay too much attention to that kind of stuff. I don't like entrusting my computer information, ISP information, and all that other stuff to randoms that I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know companies either. Right? So like Blizzard and Amazon, I don't really know them, obviously, but at the same time, like I feel like company is less likely to take that information and be malicious with it. I mean, they're more likely to sell your information to other people, but they're less likely to be malicious with it up front.
Sorry, I got quiet for a second. So when I made that comment, Alexa, stop. Computer, stop. Is it gonna stop? Are you done? All right, I was sitting here trying to talk to you guys. Okay, so while I was making that comment, my Alexa decided to just start talking to me. She heard what I said about the ISPs and stuff and the Blizzard and, you know, big companies. And just having a conversation with me. He's like, oh, I agree with what you said. You know, ISPs are not trustworthy, you know, blah, blah, blah. They take all your information and sell it to people, blah, blah, blah. Bigger companies are less likely to do this. Da, da, da. I'm just like, huh? So I was listening to what she was rambling on about for a good 2 minutes. That was crazy. The world is listening to us. We are no longer alone. Skynet is real. We are all gonna die to computers at some point. That's crazy. But yeah, according to my Alexa, that I am correct, that your ISPs are fishy. They see everything that goes on with your internet connection, and they sell that information as they see fit, because they're allowed to. And then companies like Blizzard and things like that, when you're like logging into their game servers, they track certain information, but they're pretty transparent about what they track within their privacy, you know, things that you don't read. So they track that shit, and they just, you know, they tell you, but they don't tell you. It's up to you to actually read what they're telling you, which you don't read. And yeah, it just happens. But like, if you go to a third party place, you know, there's nobody like holding their hand and being like, hey, don't do that. That's bad. That's bad, okay? No. They're just gonna do with it what they want. They can see all the information that they want, and they can do with it as they please. I just don't trust people, so. It's what it is, though. Not a big deal. Whew. I have been more inclined lately to really want to learn how to make a video game. But my problem is like, even if I learned how to make a video game and I even made one, I wouldn't want to run a video game. I wouldn't want to be in charge of like everybody's bitches and complaints. And then having to fix problems and bugs and issues right within the game, figuring out what's wrong with it, why it's doing what it's doing, and then how to fix it. Like, I wouldn't want to have to worry about all that stuff, because then I spend all day long reading people's comments and bitches and complaints on the forums and tickets and requests and things like that. I have to, like, that's just, it takes up your whole life to deal with that stuff. And then you have to spend, after you've read all that stuff and you've looked into all that stuff, now you have to figure out how to fix all that stuff and come out with new content and keep producing stuff for people and making people happy. And it's never ending fucking battle. Like, it'd be a really cool idea to make a game, but to actually manage it and maintain it is fucking awful. It makes me want to like jump into a pit of lava to think about it. Which is why I probably would never, ever actually make a video game. I mean, I wouldn't mind consulting with somebody that's wanting to make a video game, that's willing to actually put the work in and do the effort, and like give them my 2 cents of what I think, you know, would be really cool, and like hear them out on like what their thoughts are, what their goals and their ambitions are, and to see if like how I feel about it. I wouldn't mind consulting, right? But I don't think I would want to be like sole proprietor, dev, QA, fucking owner kind of person of a game, because then that's just way too much fucking effort. Like, obviously, if it has a well received reception and it makes some money and you can pay some people to do the work for you, then yeah, that's fine. It works out. It's great. But without that, it just sounds fucking dreadful.
I think I need to make slightly bigger bags. Like maybe I make like temporary like high-end bags just to give me a little extra oomph and carrying weight. I don't run out of space so often. While I work towards making like bisque bags. It's kind of tempting. I was thinking about doing the same thing for my tools. Make a temporary high-end mithril set of tools just to give me some more oomph while I work towards making bisque. I think that might be what we do. Maybe we go back and we make those just to get us up and running with slightly better gathering speed and yield, and then we work towards making our bisque ones after. I think that might be worth it. We're gonna use some resources we need, but I think it'll net more resources per hour, which will save us a lot of time in the long run. Oh, star metal. We're probably gonna have to do a specific star metal route as well, but we're gonna hit the mithril route first. Go do the star metal route after. Because we just got our daily reset, but I'm not gonna sit down and just do the daily reset right now. I'm gonna farm the resources and do the daily reset tonight when we come back. But I need today's reset materials, and I need tomorrow's, because I'm gonna do tomorrow's as well. Since I'm off, I'm not gonna be streaming. I want to get both. I want to get both crafts done tomorrow, so I need twice the amount of resources. So I can get both of them done tomorrow. And I'm gonna need to do a lot of chest runs tomorrow, so I can even actually make the resources I need. We might do some conversions. Once again, I don't like doing conversions because we lose out on resources and it takes the faction tokens, which I'm not replenishing because we're not doing faction missions. Oh, such a dreadful fucking loop we're in right now. Super, super freaking dreadful. Alright. Wait is almost done. Then we'll do this. We'll convert everything down we can. We'll go do the mithril run. Then we'll go do the rest of the star metal run. Doesn't even matter because we can just star metal run another time because we don't have enough finding agents. So we gotta just do at least another chest run before we log off for the night. So we'll do mithril run into a chest run into a mithril run. And then I think that'll probably be the end of the night at that point. I think that's the rest of the night. 2 mithril runs and a chest run. Then we'll call it a night. And I'll get some anime time in. A little bit of workout maybe. Then I gotta go run some errands when the wife gets up. If she gets up, man. She might sleep in today because she took her a while to get to sleep this tonight. She drank too much caffeine. Couldn't fall asleepies. You need to sit down to actually farm the guaranteed perk forces as well. That would be something good to have. So I can force like efficiency and I mean luck would be nice. I don't really need the luck per se, but luck wouldn't be bad to farm the Cinnabar faster. but it's not a necessary requirement, in my opinion. Because we already have a decent amount of luck between being 350 mining and having the outfit. I feel like it's somewhat tolerable. Alright. There's that. And then, yeah, we have no flux. We have almost no charcoal. So we'll have to farm charcoal later. We'll have to farm chests for flux. Alright. Go hit Mithril. Then the chest run. Yeah, because Mithril's a little bit of a bottleneck for us since we don't sit down and actually actively farm it all that much. Hit it pretty regularly. But Mithril is one of those easy things to stockpile. Not that big a deal. I think it's like roughly 1,200. I think it's a max of 1,200 Mithril ore a day or something like that we need. Not a ton. 1,200 is not that much. It's like, how much do we get here? I would say if we make the tool too, that would help. I don't actually make the tool and then do the second Mithril run to see if we get a decent amount more. It depends on if we get yield on it or not, I guess. Because if I can't force yield, then we won't know. Ooh, we got a mining one. So I think it's a little less than 200. We ended up with, yeah, 180s. A little less than 200. Not terrible. But you'd have to do that like 6 or 7 times a day just to get enough for your one daily craft. That's kind of bad. We'd have to actually either do it regularly like that or increase our yield significantly. They already have the song on for yield, but I don't have the outfit. I don't know if I have. I do have yield on this, so having a better yield one wouldn't be bad either. Right, so what else? Glam, 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 and actually, I hate that it doesn't reset. Such a stupid fucking glitch that shouldn't be a thing. It wasn't a thing for the longest. Can you fucking go, bro? I'm clicking. Jesus Christ. So annoying. Doggy's away. Alright. Chest run. Let's go. Alright, last chest run of the night, guys. Make it quick and smooth. I could always mount from that. It makes sense if I mounted and ran over to this first one. Too much faster. Oh. Alright. I'm honestly tempted to skip the coffers or the offerings. Because I like it to make gear. But at the same time, I'm not doing this for gear. Like, I think I'm going to start skipping them. It does slow down my chest run significantly if they're not already open. That's basically 2 chests. I gotta open it, and then I gotta loot it. That's like basically 2 chests it puts me behind every single time I do one of those. And even if it's already open, it's still 1 chest that I have to sit there and open. I think we're gonna start skipping them. Like, they're cool, they're good, I can craft lots of gear with it, and I need to do that at some point probably. But I think we're gonna opt out of it going forward, since our main goal is refining agents and trophy materials. And I also feel like once we're kind of set on refining agents, after we've leveled up all our refining stuff, then we're kind of just like smooth sailing. I think we stop doing small caches and we go for just large boxes. That'll greatly increase our speed at which we're doing large chest runs for trophies. I would love to actually finish every trophy in the game. That would be a huge milestone if I could complete. I'd be fucking ecstatic for an Ironman playthrough. Get all 9 ultimate trophies would be wild. I still know I'm still convinced that 300 territory standing is impossible. I'm 100% convinced I will not hit 300 territory standing, not even with a single place, let alone all of them. But I'd like to try to at least get one of them as close to 300 as I can. Yeah, because there's so many small chests on this route. If I wasn't looting those, these large chests would be so much faster. I'd have to come up with a different route, though, if I was doing just big chests. It doesn't. I was gonna ask that, but it makes sense as well that it doesn't. I feel like Rakewater wouldn't be the best place for a large chest route either, because there's not a ton of large chests. That's one of the big problems with this place, is it has a ton of like chests, but they're not large. They have a ton of small chests for like refining agents, which is why I run this for refining agents. It does have large chests that I can use for trophy mats at the same time, but like there's not very many of these. I feel like they have to be stockpiles, not supply caches. There's just not a lot of them. Set a timer to remember. Yeah, I'm really bad about that. So I think the 16-hour one won't be too bad, because it'll be like, okay, I have to work tonight, right? Or I have to stream tonight. I know I'll be on at a certain time, so we need to set it up for what's 16 hours before that, right? And then just like, okay, that guy's gonna just sit there. Yep, that's what sucks about it. Oh, all good. I mean, I'll get it done eventually. It's not such a big deal. I'll have to try and come up with a large chest route. Once we, like I said, That's not going to be for a while though. This used to be the large chest route you would run, but then Elysium Wilds came out. Brimstone seems to be a lot better of a place where people were doing. So I might look into that instead of just doing all these like smaller chests. Because the thing with Brimstone is like all the coffers work. And there's a lot of coffers. It just, that sucks because every time you open a coffer, you have to fight a mob. And if you have to fight a mob every single time you open up a damn chest, that just takes a lot more time. And I also feel like once I have my refining agents under control, at least because I have all my refining skills to 250, I feel like I won't need as much refining agents because I'm just going to be doing daily crafts. I'll still need a lot. I feel like large chest runs will be more than enough to sustain me, I think. Might have to do a little supplementary smaller chests here and there, but yeah, so this is the first chest I think we're skipping. It's just not part of our goals right now. Getting gear is fine and dandy. We can do that another time. Ancient text? Okay. Yo, we're getting some drops. Like, there's another one around. Got this one. Where's the... Oh, it's over there. Getting kind of lucky with these purples, though. We don't typically find them all that often, but we haven't found a single legendary either, which is also kind of bad, so. Such weird timings. That's such a weird timing. Yeah, that's crazy. You definitely have to set alarms for that. That's crazy. Super annoying. I'm actually having a problem with my Windwalker recently. Ever since I leveled up some of my skills, I'm actually getting a lot of like desync on him in certain maps because he spawns way too many mobs. Like, look at this. See the random skipping and stuttering? I don't know what to do to fix it. Like, I feel like I almost need to lower the level of this so they don't last so long, so I stop like hucking my fucking screen and getting a bunch of desync. Because I think that the duration of them lasting as long as they do, I think is what's cucking it. Because they just last so long. They just they build up after like 15-20 minutes of like building them. There's just too many of them. That's a lot more mobs than I expected to have. I didn't expect to pull one of these guys. Didn't expect to pull all of these guys. What the fuck is going on, bro? Jesus Christ. Okay. Not expecting all that. I was trying not to pull those guys and that archer. Ended up pulling most of them anyway. Plus or minus 3 minutes. I mean, that's not too bad. Still, like, a little tedious. Hey, we're almost done leveling the great axe. That's one thing off of our weapon list, and I never have to think about it again. We're getting close to the, like, without putting effort into leveling our weapons, we're getting close to getting that done. And that's one thing off the checklist of completion. Having those leveled up so I have the ability to use whatever I want for whatever builds. Kind of nice. Oh. Dodge, thank you. Holy crap, that was almost bad. That was so delayed. I hate that ability. He catches me with that almost every time. Ouch. Yeah, he catches me with that one because I'm expecting it to be faster. I forget he jumps up, stops in midair, and then readjusts to attack. And that always catches me off guard. Don't need to kill those ones, I guess. I'm not going for that. I'm kind of happy that I'm getting some of the purples, though. Like I said, at least having the tier 2 trophies is actually much better than not having them, I guess. I hit shift twice! The fucking stagger from just a regular like attack that he does is so dumb. Oh, it pisses me off. Hit me in the fucking ankle at max range and it staggered me so I didn't dodge roll. I mistimed both dodges. Oh, this guy's up here farming. The named guy for the trophy, it looks like. The new guy has been up here the whole time. I think they're just sitting up here and they're just ranging this guy down. Leave me alone. Yo, what up, Thor? Bro, that guy almost one hit me. That's wild. That's wild. There used to be a chest back here. Guess. Jump off here. That tired? I'm assuming you just woke up. Did you get a good night's sleep at least? Or did you like kind of sleep terribly? I haven't slept. Oh no! Try and get a nap in soon, I guess. And maybe that'll help. I feel like most of the large chests are like here. We get the covered chests inside here. For the love of God, that was actually insane. Like, holy absolute shit show. What was that? I got hit by all 4 of them simultaneously. That was crazy. It's super unlucky there. Jeez. Let's judge that. Ugh. Let's time that as well. Yep, saw me dying there. Fucking, I'm holding E! Oh my god, it's pissing me off, dude. Like, just please register the button I am pressing. All I'm fucking asking for. I'm laying on the ground, it says, hold E to release. I press E, I hold it, I let go, I press E and hold again, it still does nothing, and I do it a 3rd time for it to finally fucking work. Holy fuck, it's like pulling goddamn teeth. So ridiculous. Dude, some of these runs are just scuffed from the fucking beginning, it feels like. Like, you just get so unlucky with, like, missing your attacks, and then you get super unlucky with, like attacks or combos or random mobs pulling from places they shouldn't pull. Like that extra fucking mage dude that pulled in that fight. Like, I fought the one guy, and the other guy pulled from, like, 3 floors below. Like, why does that shit happen? It's so dumb. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, I fought the guy here, and then I pulled the guy that is down there. Like, that guy. I pulled that guy somehow. This one makes sense, right? This guy was right behind the pillar. I don't know where this left guy came from. Oh, look at this dude. Look at this dude. Fucking full sending up the staircase at me. Oh my god. Got fucking snapped, dude. That guy's gonna respawn on me. Bro, how am I getting so fucking unlucky? I go to hit him with a fucking attack and he bubbles. Go to fucking shoot him again, a fucking mob spawns and blocks the arrow. Why you open the casket behind you? Open the one in front of you. Fucking dummy. Oh, I'm getting pissed. It just keeps pulling fucking random ass mobs. Like, I love how this game was working perfectly fine for the longest time. They announced that they're fucking shutting it down, and then everything stops fucking working. Alright, this is not worth that one small chest over there to go and fight all those mobs, so. Technically, if that big guy was on the other side of the room, I could do it, because I can just kill, like, 2 or 3 of the small guys and it'd be Gucci. But not worth it. Oh yeah, because you said you had to go to her appointment, right? Hopefully she's good. But you can take a nap now, right? Now that you're home and everything. And like, go and relax and take a little nap. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea, mate. Just have a random 11th character, just get it out of the way and done. I want an 11th character just so I can have two of every, like, I can work towards two of every class. Oh, you got something to be 6 hours. I mean, you could take like a 3 or 4 hour nap, maybe. Like, it wouldn't be the best, but it'd be something. I don't know if you how well you do on like shorter, like mid-range naps like that. I know sometimes when I take like a 3-4 hour nap, I just feel worse than if I was just to have stayed awake. Yeah, I feel like I want enough characters to have two of every class. And there's currently, what, 7 classes? So I'd want 14 characters. Because, like, 2 V-Mans isn't technically necessary. But I also think having 2 V-Mans for 2 sets of combat prints would be kind of nice. Having the extra characters just to having extra print slots would be kind of nice, I think. Someone's farming this guy? Because I don't see him there. I don't see him there again. I think someone's killing him. Just fine. I'll have to farm another day. But I think it would be nice because if you had, we're at 10. If we had 14, right? That's 8 extra prints. That's 8 extra just total prints for either more materials to craft, right? Or for atoms and stuff like that, right? We had more mining prints, we had more chopping prints, we had more combat prints, you know, like it would help with more vials, it would help with more alchemy bubbles, it would help more atoms and like unlocks and stuff. I think it would make it kind of nice. And you wouldn't have to change your what you're printing as often. Because sometimes what ends up happening is like, oh, I'm printing copper on everybody. Oh, but I'm running out of god shards. So then you start printing god shards. And it's like, oh, I'm good on god shards. And I gotta switch back. It's like, oh, I'm running out of gold. So then you start printing some gold. It's like, if you had a couple extra prints, you could spread them all out and you never have to change them again. Granted, you wouldn't min-max your atoms if you were switching them around like that. Because obviously, like, atoms would be like everybody's printing copper, you know? I feel like everybody printing copper isn't viable. It is if you're going for atoms, but it's not viable if you're doing anything else, because I think it's best for, I overshot that guy. My one chance I had to kill him, or hit him. Like I said, copper for everybody is great if you're going for atoms, but if you need like things for vials or alchemy or refinery, like you need more than just copper. Or did they fix the stairs? That's twice I've seen this guy actually walk down the stairs now. I mean, I can still fall through the gap a little bit, but normally the mobs are getting stuck at the top of the stairs. Ugh, I wish the rapid fire didn't get interrupted when it got hit like that. Kind of annoying because then can't take advantage of the cooldown reduction if you hit off your shots because you get staggered and it interrupts the shot. Kind of annoying. almost done with this chest run. I said a lot faster. Currently at like, I think 20 minutes. Maybe 25 minutes. And we're on the last part of the area. It's just, I died too. Like that death kind of ate up all the time I saved for not hitting those chests. But we can definitely go do a myth run after this. And then I think we'll make our mithril tools. I'm not going to make all of them. I think I'm just going to make the two that I'm working towards right now, which would be mining and chopping. I think those are the two we'll make today. Because we're not actually using the skinning one or the harvesting. I mean, I'm technically using the harvest one occasionally. But not really at the same time. I'm doing it on my iron route when I'm doing firewire, but other than that, like, not really. Well, I mean, it's not so much controlling it though as it is setting an alarm for, like, let's say you have to be up at 6 p.m., right? Set an alarm for like 4:30 and then you just lay down and go to sleep. So it's not that you're like setting so much like a limit on how long you're sleeping, you're just sleeping until your alarm goes off. But it's more or less like you're not sleeping for a full like sleep time. You're not sleeping until you wake up. You're sleeping until your alarm goes off. So that way, like, you get some sleep in before you got to go and do what you got to do. But you wake up early enough so you have time to wake up from your sleep. So you're not as groggy as you possibly be if you just, you know, slept until, you know, you had to go. I just know some people, if they sleep a few hours, they feel just really groggy and uncomfortable. So it's like it's worse for them to sleep a few hours than it is for them to just stay awake and just get done what they got to get done and then, you know what I mean? Everybody's different. That's why I was curious if you're one of those people that can like take advantage of like a short napish, like a short to medium nap. How'd that not kill him? How did that not even hit him? I don't know if I'm not killing these guys. You don't wake up on alarms? Well, you need a better alarm. You want to hear what my alarm is, Thor? And I had this bitch at full blast. You want to hear it? Like, even in, like, I feel like even if you're like a dead ass sleeper, like nothing fucking wakes you up, you're like fucking dead to the world. I feel like you can come up with an alarm that will wake you up if you put effort into it. Like flashing lights, fucking vibrations, combination, super loud noises. Like there are so many combinations of different types of alarms that if you can't come up with one to wake you up, you have to be the heaviest sleeper in the goddamn world. Not saying that you're not, right? You could be one of the heaviest sleepers in the world. But I'm just saying, like, I feel like there has to be some combination of alarms that you could put in place. Because, like, for example, deaf people, right? They can't hear alarms. So instead, they have alternate alarms that are vibration alarms, right? So it like lays on the bed and it vibrates the bed to wake them up. Water? So you're saying if someone walked in with a glass of water and poured it on your face, you wouldn't wake up? That's another level. That's crazy. That's wild. What the hell? That's wild. Jesus Christ. Alright. We're gonna go make a pickaxe first. Then we're gonna make... Yeah, I think it's it. So we'll make the pickaxe. And then we'll make the axes. We're gonna do this. So the question is, do we just do mithril? Right? Or do we up it a bit? That's only 600. 700 is max. But like, it does give us a lot more. Like, it's a lot. Like, we've just, I don't really want to use it. Okay, I think that's what I think we just do this. Right? I think we just do something like this. That's kind of funny. I can actually use lower tier stuff and still hit a 590. So we'll just do this. What about... Yeah. Why not? Hit 590 just for doing that. We can go to 600 for this. I think we have to do this for the chance of the 5th perk. But we can only use one of these, it looks like. So I feel like the one we need more than anything is healed. Efficiency would be really good too. But I think we need a force yield. I kind of dislike using the primals that we made, or prismatics we made, because that's like a couple days. That's like 3 days worth, or day and a half worth of crafts. It's not too bad. Just put, we'll do this. All right, okay. Let's go. We got guarantee yield on this. We got death motes. Okay. We got EXP, so not terrible, but not good. So we got cucked and didn't get efficiency, but that's fine. Because we got gathering speed on it. 900 gathering speed is much better than what we were using. And then we will do pickaxe as well. And then yield. Alright. This uses all of our prismatics. So we got the yield. Okay, so we did get efficiency at least. And we got life. Ooh, so we got double motes. We got 2 different motes. And then the rest of it doesn't really matter. That's actually huge. So we went to a 900 gathering speed too, though. We went from 600 gathering speed, 700 gathering speed to like a 900 gathering speed, which is kind of nice. That's huge for us. Go away so we can see. And then the other one actually rolled efficiency on top of that. We got efficiency plus gathering speed. This is gonna be nice. And then we got yield. Okay. So that's huge for us. Let us go and hit this now. So before, we're gonna have to put the song back on. We got a little less than 200 on our last one. So I would say if we got good procs, maybe we could hit a 200 on the last one. I'm hoping for anything over 200 now that I have the new weapon, and I hope it goes faster. So first things first, let's do a little songy song. We had the song running last time. Why is that wolf trying to... Bro, you shouldn't aggro. You're way over there. You interrupted my fucking song. Are you very last fucking note? Are you kidding me? So when you're up here, this is supposed to be untargetable. As you saw, he attacked me and then instantly retreated because he's not supposed to attack me when I'm up here. Why the fuck did he randomly pull in an untargetable spot, lunge into an area he's not supposed to attack just to hit me, to knock me off my fucking throne, just to run away? It is so stupid. So fucking dumb. Bro, there's no way that you... I'm not saying there's no way, but I'm just saying, like, I can't fathom somebody literally picking you up, dragging you into a shower, turning a shower on, and you just sleeping through it. I can't even imagine to fathom the level of sleep that you would have to be in for that to be a thing. That's just crazy. Like, you need to have a sleep study done to figure out why the hell you sleep so deeply. Could you fucking climb? Jesus. I'm in a bad mood today, I guess. Everything's pissing me off. That's crazy, Thor. Like, I'm not calling bullshit. I'm not saying that, like, I don't believe you, but that's crazy. I find it hard to believe. Alright, so we went from 187. I gotta... Oh, shit. I gotta... 187 was what I had before. I gotta do some math after this one to see what we end up with. Ah, fuck. I fucked up too, because I'm not even attribute changed. Ah. So we'll have to check it tomorrow, I guess. I'm gonna log out here, so when I log in, I can just do my myth run. This is crazy. Don't take what I say as like me like calling bullshit on you or anything. I'm just saying I find that really hard to like fathom and just process. It's just crazy. All right, so we didn't even get 200 from that, but we didn't have. We didn't put into our strength, so I think we would have gotten 200. So I don't think it changed all that much, even though we got higher yield. It's only 19%, I guess. 19% increased yield isn't a lot, but we definitely mine them faster. That's for sure. All right. I think we're good on this for today. All that, cause I just deal with the other ones later. All right, guys. I think that's it for the day. I think we got quite a lot done. We are finally done with the Great Axe. I don't even know what to fucking do with this, so I think I'm just gonna like stick a bunch of points in and just call it a fucking day. I find it funny that I can actually put points into the other skills, even though I can't use them. I think that's just stupid. Sure. We'll put it in all 6 skills. Call it a day. Alright. The Great Axe is done. Never have to think about it again. So we now have to level up the rest of these. Never gonna touch daggers. Oh, fuck daggers. I don't even want to think about daggers. It's another one, so I mean, we just got 2 more 2-handers to finish. We got 3 1-handers to finish. 1 ranged weapon. I got 3 magic weapons. Not too terrible there. Check out these. Alright, so I think we're going to put a little bit into gathering speed on this end. Storage, hell yeah. More gathering speed. We can get a gathering speed up and we can like start one-hitting things. We can get more yield per hour as well. Let points in here. So bam, 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 bam. This, that. This card is done. Okay. Level this up again. 74. Pretty huge. I don't know how I even killed 3 players. I don't remember killing a single person. PvP, yeah, I haven't done any PvPing, and then win PvP matches. That's never gonna happen either. I think we're good with all of that. Alright. So with that said, guys, we're gonna call it here. We will be back on tomorrow. More New World, more grinding, more professions, daily stuff, things like that. Appreciate y'all for being here. If any of you are new and haven't joined the Discord, want to join the Discord, the only thing I ask, don't be a dick. If you have a gaming question, ever need help, want to share something, show something up, or help somebody out, feel free to chime in at any time. If you haven't checked out the VODs channel, appreciate that as well. That was weird. Check out the VODs channel if you haven't already. If you ever want to catch up on a stream, rewatch a stream, you know, clip something, whatever, that's the best place to find it. If you ever need to hit me up when I'm not streaming, best place to do that is Discord. And I think since we got raided, maybe we'll just go try and raid over to somebody else. Let's just go give it a quick look-see. See if there's any new world streamers other than me. So this guy, Brother Beat, rotating OP and capture the flag queue. 360 days, and then what? I like that guy's title. Oh, man. What's this guy doing? New pain. I have no idea what any of that means. Alright, let's go look at this guy. Let's see what this guy's doing. I can't hear this because I don't have my headset on. I give it over. So he's kind of like me. He's got 15 viewers. He's been streaming for an hour, and he has nobody talking. We'll just toss you guys over to here and hope for the best, I guess. I don't know. I'm not really worried about it. I just want to try to work with, you know, me getting raided, so we'll raid somebody else in return. I haven't heard this guy talk a single time, so. But I appreciate you guys. Have a good one. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, hopefully. If you need me in the meantime, hit me in the Discord. Like I said, go check out the VODs channel if you haven't. I appreciate it. Any support would be appreciated. And like, let's just say hi. Show the love of all you guys that came over from the break earlier. Appreciate you guys. Take it easy. Talk to you later. CCT. Bye bye. See you more. Bye. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I've put myself in group 1. You can always change me back if you want. Just thought it would be help with a splash of
Yeah,
blood.
better to have more people to heal.